Initiative. And the speakers, Mohamed Kadi, President, General Council of Agricultural Development. And Michael David Terungwa, Founder, Global Initiative for Food Security and Ecosystem Preservation. And finally, Hamza Rkha Chaham, Co-founder and Managing Director, SOWIT.
Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me? First, thank you so much to the Policy Center for the New South for the invitation and for our host country, Morocco, and also for you all being here. Wonderful colleagues to see you. It's been a tough couple of years, so it's really good to see you all and to be together. My name is Eniola Mafe. I'm, as the introduction has already commenced, so I want to really begin this with a continuation of some of the discussions that were really laid out yesterday in the panels. We heard food security. I tried to tally it down multiple times. I think I came up to about 55 times that the food security as a term was used. And I'm sure I missed quite a lot. So it's obviously top of mind. And when we think around the opportunities, the challenges, the possibilities of better partnership, better action in this space, I want to balance this conversation here today between the problems and also potential solutions, and then also offer some interventions and interaction with the audience here. So we know the world is in the grips of a food crisis on a scale that we, to be honest, haven't seen in over a decade. As of June 1st, 2022, the agricultural price index was 40% higher than it was even in January 1st. Global food, fuel, and fertilizer shortages have caused a further 400 million people to become food insecure in the last 5 months alone. So we're not only talking about the crisis, but the rate at which the crisis is increasing and affecting more and more people. And in the backdrop of this, we have COVID-19 coupled with harsh climate events. The world is looking at a very sustained period of shocks to the food systems, impacting this year's harvest and possibly over the next couple of years. And it also, as it was mentioned yesterday, about triggering a humanitarian crisis through Russia's war in Ukraine, and that stalling of exports of very staple commodities, wheat, maize, sunflower oil. Ukraine and Russia are both massive global exporters, as we all know, of fertilizers and their raw materials. And the effects of this are becoming more and more apparent to us as things are unfolding. And aside from the loss of life and the loss and the increased war, the current conflict has driven fertilizer prices by 78% higher than the average in 2021. Therefore drastically exacerbating inequality and diminishing crop yields globally. The other food bowls of the world, like India, Africa, and South America, are simultaneously suffering these extreme weather conditions. And we're seeing record-breaking droughts in probably many of the countries that are represented here. We're seeing heat waves. We're experiencing heat waves as we stand here, devastating harvests. And this is further compounded, as I said, to COVID-19. Countries where people are hungry do not develop. Whether the numbers tell us any otherwise, the basic need of our people is to be fed and to consume and to be able to have the ability to grow that food over time. We've heard a lot about Africa being the breadbasket. We see a lot of potential in that opportunity, and this is only yet another shock to this potential that we are still yet to fully realize. We may see some amazing growth polls across the region, Morocco will hear more from Morocco, especially in steps that have been made there. But we must see more. So we're at this pivotal juncture, as was mentioned earlier. And I wanted to start off this conversation with our esteemed panel in a bit more of a discussion. We've heard what the issues are. Now let's see where we can potentially tie together some solutions. And also, let's be a little bit more controversial. We've constantly sat in these rooms, talked about the opportunity for food security in Africa, and we know all the buzzwords, we know what to say, we know how to leave this room and things stay the same. So I want to challenge everyone here to be part of this discussion as well, respectfully and also lively, as we know we can be. So yesterday's panel highlighted a couple of things, but one of them was seemingly about Morocco's work. And I would really like to get some perspective from you, sir, on where you see this current crisis from your perspective and in your role as the President of the General Council of Agricultural Development for the Ministry of Agriculture here in Morocco. In your position as various different sides of this from both an academic perspective, policy perspective as well. Mr. Aid Kadi, please, could you just share some thoughts?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Eliona. I am grateful for the opportunity to speak in this panel. And before sharing a few initial thoughts, I would like to thank the Policy Center for its kind invitation. I would like to share with you Morocco's experience in striving to achieve food security. Morocco, through its agricultural strategies over the years, has made significant inroads in addressing challenges across its food systems and strengthening its food security. In my view, the keys of success are, first, government asserts his leadership role in guiding agricultural sector reforms, including building stronger partnerships with the private sector and the farmers' organization. We regularly invite producer organizations, representatives, as equal partners in the formulation and implementation of policies and development programs. Second, establish an appropriate policy framework and supportive linkages between sectors to ensure maximum effectiveness of development efforts. Third, adopt integrated policies to foster sustainable use of soils, water, forest, and biodiversity, to promote economic and environmental performance and the preservation of ecosystems, as well as to enable effective agricultural adaptation to climate change. Fourth, make innovation a priority in order to achieve sustainable productivity growth and resilience, including through institutional changes, greater public and private investment in research and development technology, and transfer and adoption of these technologies, education and advisory services, fifth, invest in portfolios of sequenced projects that combine institutions, and I mean by institutions, agencies, rules, and incentives. Invest in information systems and infrastructure. The crisis shows that this is very, very important to support policy design and implementation. Adapt financial and investment services to the needs of each category of farmers, especially the smallholder ones. And last but not least, foster greater resilience of farmers to risk, to enable them to cope with more frequent, unpredictable weather-related shocks through droughts and multi-risks insurance. From this experience, I can say that, yes, challenges in Africa's food security are daunting, but not insurmountable. Resolving them is central to the attainment of socioeconomic development goals like the 2030 SDGs and the African Union Agenda 2063. And more than that, food security is an invariant of countries' stability. So it's very important. So in my view, addressing the complexities of Africa's food security landscape require building capable institutions, leveraging technology, strengthening state-society relationships, and this is very important given the importance of the communal agricultural systems in Africa and their diversity, and also enhancing financial resources mobilization. The scientific committee of the Food Systems Summit has done the quantitative analysis of what it costs to end hunger globally. An additional 40 to 50 billion US dollars per annum are needed until 2030. Investment in Africa needs to be at least 1/3 of this amount, meaning 13 to 17 billion US dollars per annum. So I am hopeful that our continent will rise to the challenges of food security through renewed determination and great sense of urgency. The time for action is now. The gap between plans and commitments and what needs to be delivered on the ground has grown in Africa. And allow me to quote Nelson Mandela, who said, "Things are always impossible unless they are done." We have to do it. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Thank you so much. I tried to jot down as many on the list as possible, this government action, policy linkages, looking at preservation of existing land, existing forestry, innovation R&D, risk-adjusted tools, data, categorization or stratification of farmers and therefore the interventions. That looks like a very long list. And so from a perspective of a head of state, looking at that laundry list of things and also looking at hungry people within their countries, what are kind of the short, if we had to consider this, and I'll bring Michael into this as well, from your perspective in Nigeria, is what are some of those short-term measures that can help tackle the crisis? Obviously, there are some things that are much more medium to long term. What needs to be done today, tomorrow? What are those important things that need to be done that will help be catalytic, be responsive, and be decisive in that? So taking this very, very good list that Mr. Kadi had shared, could you share from your perspective as well, your take on this? Where are those things that need to be top of mind?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I want to first of all give kudos to Policy Center for the New South for bringing me here. Yesterday, I said I'm one of their sons. I've been part of the Policy Center for the past 5 years through the Emerging Leaders Program, and I have never looked back. The only thing I'm trying to learn is to learn French so that when next I come, I'll speak to you in French. But I'll start by asking you all a question. Have you eaten this morning? I believe we all have, except if you are fasting. And then, where does your food come from? Do you know the food you ate? Where did that food come from? Don't be quick to tell me it's from the kitchen. We all know it's from the kitchen. But is it local? Is it imported? If you are from another country, think about the foodstuff in your house and ask yourself, where is this food from? So I know that a lot was said yesterday about the impact of the Russian-Ukrainian crisis on food security. But before I answer that question, it's very important to highlight that we must not lose out or leave out land degradation, loss of biodiversity. I know there's a session on climate change. I don't want to bring it in here. But let me give you a practical example. My friend Musa has 2 wives and 12 children. And he borrowed money from the bank to invest in farming. So he planted rice, and it started on very well from the first month. And shortly after, there was dry spell. We call it drought, but in this case, dry spell. First month, no rain. Second month, no rain. Third month, everything died up. Musa lost all his investment, and now he had to pay back to the bank. And he has 12 children and 2 wives to feed. So Musa runs away into the Sahel. And he meets with some of the insurgents, the terrorists. And they offer him a great opportunity. So you can clearly see the connection between food security and the security issues. But what can we do right now? We all need to feed ourselves by growing our own food. Now, what do I mean in the short term? 3 years ago, the Policy Center supported me with a grant to provide solar for internally displaced persons in Nigeria. And while I was in those camps, I realized that what these guys needed, apart from the electricity, which was a huge issue, was food. The World Food Program and other development agencies were giving them food, but that was not enough. So we introduced home gardening to the internally displaced persons. So they were able to produce vegetables within 1 month, 2 months, to complement what the government and the donor partners were giving to them. And this is what I want to introduce to us all. During the World War, the First World War, there was this crisis of food. And everyone became a farmer. And we all can do as well. What do we need to do? We have green spaces around our homes. We can grow vegetables. We can, those short duration crops that we can produce. We might be looking at ourselves at the high level that, no, we have enough because, of course, we had food this morning. But you think about others who do not have at all. COVID exposed us, most countries. The lockdown, government was supposed to provide food for people. And most of the lockdown, like in my country, Nigeria, it failed because we couldn't simply feed the people. So my organization introduced this home gardening, providing information to farmers and improved seedlings to produce food within their homes, within communities, within schools, and even in the prisons, so that we can have food to eat. That is the immediate one. 2, there is so much food waste in Africa, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. Yesterday, some of us who were at the dinner, you saw the sumptuous meal. And many of us, we just took a little. And the next, I was asking myself, I hope this is not going to waste because that was a lot. I hope that it was preserved somehow. But this is the challenge and is what we must tackle to solve the problem of food insecurity at the immediate within our continent. We must avoid food waste from production to preparation and consumption as well. Let me stop here. Thank you.
No, this is good. This is good. I think this is a good start to both a more personal, individual responsibility, a policy perspective as well. I want to also bring in Hamza into this conversation on 2 fronts. One, particularly because we talk about a lot of things that individual responsibility can be, but at the scale that we need to respond to this present crisis, it sounds to me, and I could be wrong, that there has to be at multiple different levels, at the individual level, household level, community level, national level, and then also the role of private sector and entrepreneurs like yourself who are seeing problems and addressing them in real time. And this talks to a little bit around scale. So, Hamza, I just have a similar question around these short-term measures. You work primarily providing data and decision support to smallholder farmers that Mr. Kadi had mentioned, one category of farmers. What are you seeing? You're in close proximity with one of the largest number of farmers in Africa. What are you seeing as being the pain points? Because with the primary producers, that you'll probably be seeing in probably 2 more years to affect consumers. And then secondly, what are you seeing in terms of the opportunity for you to provide the kind of support you do have to address some of these issues that we raised here?
Thank you very much for the introduction. Indeed, SOWIT has been serving now hundreds of thousands of hectares over the continent, providing decision support tools to farmers, helping them decide on irrigation, weather alerts, disease risks, harvest time, yield estimates, and so on. And we were actually lucky enough to work from one hand with leading institutions, as for example, we're working with the Ministry of Agriculture in Morocco, in Ethiopia, Agency of Agricultural Transformation, in helping them providing information to farmers to bridge the productivity gap. and at the same time working with thousands of farmers, smallholders that subscribe to our service, which is a mobile application, helping them on a daily basis to decide on the most critical operations. And I must say that short term is already ongoing. When I think of, for example, what's happening in North Côte d'Ivoire, Kerogo, where we have leading rice cooperatives like Sokomsi, scaling up the area under cultivation, going from 10,000 hectares to 20,000 hectares, which they couldn't do in the past, but today they can with support of IFC, for example, in financing the program. When I see that Djibouti has a cereal program now in producing more and more cereal locally in order to be less exposed to the global market, that Rwanda for cereals reached this year yields of 4.5 tons per hectare, where the average in the continent is more around 1.5. I must say that the change is ongoing and that financial institutions, public institutions, and the private sector already reacted and is already working very hard. And one example that is, for me, very, I would say, important is the one of Niger, where there is a very strong program around the river, especially in the Zinder region, where 25,000 farmers are supported in order to cultivate cereals, which was something that we couldn't expect only 1 year later, with financing from USAID and also from the AFD in France. So from one hand, you already have a reaction that is very strong coming from countries that are very exposed. And this response is, I would say, a response of a consortium, financial institutions providing risk facilities and ability to finance inputs, government providing very fast access to land and to farmers in order to provide them with the right capacity building and build quickly a response to the productivity gap, and companies providing support. Because at the end of the day, if you are in Zinder in Niger, you don't find any nitrogen fertilizer locally. So if you're able to find the land, cultivate, but by the time your crop needs a fertilizer application in order to afford a growth in terms of productivity, and there isn't not such a fertilizer in the market, it's like all the work you've been doing so far is a waste of time, because the answer is holistic, and over the crop management system, you need to answer so many operations. And when I see that this year in Morocco, we are going to produce less than 3 million of tons of cereals, so to import probably 3 times what we are producing, and whereas we are cultivating over 5 million of hectares, which is the same cultivation area that France that is producing 10 times more and finally exporting to us, I must say there is a huge issue in providing farmers with the tools enabling them to be more productive, and this is not something we're going to answer in 6 months. I mean, and as my colleague referred to, if you see the increase in yields from World War II to today, I mean, it takes several years, decades, in order to achieve a significant leapfrog. So basically what we can do today is work on new areas, put them in cultivation very fast and ensure they have everything to grow, capacitate more smallholder, and here I will focus on financial inclusion to ensure they have access to financing in order to keep cultivating despite very tough conditions, and ensuring, as Syed Kadi said, that all these smallholders have access to information, as simple information as weather alerts, helping them to decide on some of the most critical operations.
What I'm hearing from you is a couple of things, that there's no need necessarily to reinvent the wheel. There seems to be activity being done. We just need it more coordinated. Or is it that you mentioned 2 things, the financing, and I want to double click on that a little bit more. We hear access to finance, and it sounds like this magical manna from heaven that just arrives and then people have access. I feel like it's much more complex than that. I would love us to talk a little bit more about what does that actually mean. Do they have to be facilities that have to be, with many of these funds, it takes a very long time for them to even reach the end user of that financing. Is it a specific facility that we have to be thinking around? Are there some risk-adjusted mechanisms that we may have to really just accelerate in, you said, the next 6 months? And the other piece around information, getting the information to those who can do something with it, right? So I live in Lagos, but I live in a city of Lagos. The information I receive about weather conditions and about crop cycles, because I'm not directly a farmer, is going to be very different. I wouldn't be able to use that information in the way that a farmer would be able to. But they also need to have that information in the right format to be able to adequately do so, and that has other issues. So I may be throwing a lot at this group, but I want us to get to a little bit of the specifics of what could be done in, let's say, in the next 6 months that could actually move that needle. And maybe starting off, because you had mentioned those points, Hamza, if you could maybe double down on what does access to finance mean in this time and place, and what could that the information. And I'll ask a bit of a little point of controversy, which is many times corporations and businesses have a lot of information and data, but it's proprietary. And in a case of an emergency, they don't always hand it over because of liability issues, because of many issues. And that kind of stops access to information in the way that you'd want to. And also providing information to your competitor for the greater good of man is a hard thing to ask of any private sector company, because you have to speak to your shareholders or your investors. So just want to add that little piece if you can share.
Yes, of course. I think in Morocco we have a great example, which is Crédit Agricole du Maroc, which is one of the only bank in the continent, along with 2-3 others, like the Tanzanian Agricultural Development Bank, for example, that succeeded massively financing smallholders and doing it in the healthiest possible way, meaning with very minimal bailout from the state. And this requires first an expertise in assessing the risk of smallholders, which could be data-driven in a certain way. For example, we are using satellite imagery to assess historical yields, which enable them to price the interest when given a loan, but also on an expertise in dealing with land as a collateral, even when this land have a very weak legal, I would say, framework. And I do believe that this kind of expertise enabling classical banks to get into agriculture, because you talk their language in assessing risk, whether it is with a data-driven approach or with dealing with land that has very weak legal collateral, is definitely something that we can scale up quickly, and that actually institutions started scaling up, such as Banque Centrale Populaire through microfinance in Côte d'Ivoire and Senegal, through AMIFA Microfinance, or IFC that just enacted a new program for smallholders by providing risk facility infrastructure for local banks. So I do believe the expertise is there, but we need to scale it up and to have international partners being involved and not seeing farmer anymore as a ever-going liability, but seeing farmer as an opportunity for themselves to actually renew with growth in very tough market conditions. The second aspect on financial inclusion is related to innovation. In Kenya, you have one company that is called Apollo Agriculture. They financed last year more than 100,000 smallholders, especially in maize, simply because by having access to a lot of data, as you said, soil fertility maps, satellite imagery, weather data, they're simply able to play a role in securing finance for these farmers and playing in consortium with insurance partners that would secure the loan at the end of the year with the harvest insurance, but also with local governments that would subsidize partly this loan. And I do believe that these companies that have the ability to make big numbers in short amount of time, because they found a certain framework that mitigate risks with signing smart contracts with different partners and having everyone together in a safe way, is definitely something that can be scaled up with minimal costs. And I do believe that these initiatives are happening a lot in East Africa and not enough in North and West Africa, where regulation is a bit constraining when you talk about finance, as you need to go through several accreditations before being able even to talk and to offer a product.
Thank you. Mr. Kadi, you were nodding at the beginning with either an agreement or acknowledgement of some of the work, but I just thought I'd bring you in with your perspective on this.
Yes. Let me, first of all, express my agreement with Hamza's comment. I think that the potential threats are so great that they cannot be met by piecemeal changes to parts of the food system. We need a holistic approach. That's the first thing, and this is what came out of the UN Food System Summit. So I think this is an important change. Second, as you know, the farming systems in Africa are hugely diverse, and there is no blueprint for that. So I believe, and taking Mike's example, I believe that success can only come from adapting changes to local conditions. These are important. Concerning the smallholders, we have developed a strategy 2012-2020 called Green Morocco Plan. Green Morocco Plan, which expresses the hopes that the country is making of the development of its agriculture. And this Green Morocco Plan has really made a decisive break from the models, the agricultural development models that were adopted for the last 50 years in all parts of the world. How? It's by really having this strategy smallholder-centric. We have a special pillar devoted to the development of smallholders. And we have designed a novel aggregation model for the smallholders, which, for example, for credit, for access to credit, they don't need any collateral when they are aggregated. So this has hugely facilitated the access to credit. Our evaluation of this strategy has shown significant performances. For example, the agricultural value added has doubled in less than 10 years. Yields have grown substantially. Our export earnings have also doubled. And this is really was due to an increase fourfold of the investment in the sector. And 60% of this investment came from the private sectors. And this was leveraged by smart subsidies. So I think, if I may say this strongly, that trends are not destiny. I think that changing contexts in our continent must be explored, opportunities identified in order to pave the way for better resource stewardship, more food and nutrition security for all, and improved livelihoods for the producers as well as the consumers. Please think that Our estimate and the World Bank estimate show that if Africa's food systems became productive and resilient, this African food system can generate $1 trillion per annum compared to the $35–40 billion of imports. So we need to be enthusiastic about this.
Thank you. You mentioned the Food System Summit. Just being a part of that, you saw, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, about 110 or so national development pathways that were developed. It was multiple consultations. There was so much work being put into that.
We have hosted here
yes, exactly.
the Africa Dialogue,
exactly.
with 40 Minister of Agriculture.
And so that gives a little bit of a framework. We're in between that from I believe, last year to also COP27, which by all accounts is seen as a food security, climate adaptation for Africa conference, summit, right? There's an opportunity for us to raise these conversations and to hold some feet to the fire, to use for lack of a better term. We've talked about some of the local, we've looked at some of the national policies and examples that, Hamza, thank you for sharing that. Wanted to touch on the global. How does that tie in? Because the conversation seems to be stalled in a way that there's either it may be behind in terms of what's happening on the ground in Africa, whether it's a lack of attention, which has always been an issue in the global space, is there's so much taking up the global zeitgeist that there is, and then Africa. And so are there things that we need to think about? Is it examples of what is working? Is it, this sits within our 6-month timeline, Hamza, that we just both made up just now, that we're working to. But I'm just wondering what needs to happen. There seems to be a significant disconnect between the issues and the actors who are at the closest proximity to these issues in Africa and what is happening at the global agenda. To be honest, there's lip service being paid to it. And now with other issues that will constantly come up there, it's pushed to the side. So that's my opinion, which is, but welcome others. But just want to get your reactions there. Is it something you should even focus on, or just say, we're just going to focus on the countries that we know could help unlock some of these? What would be the approach there? This is a question for whoever wants to take it as we get into more discussion.
Okay, so yesterday the general made a very good comment, which I noted, about cooperation and not just competition. And I think that this provides an opportunity for us, for African countries, to cooperate. There is no reason we should be exporting cocoa to Sweden to be producing chocolate and then we'll buy back. We should have African chocolate. If Ghana or Nigeria that produce cocoa don't have the capacity, to produce, to process into cocoa butter or chocolate, Morocco can, because they have the energy, they have the technical expertise, and as it is. So by and large, Africa holds 60% of the world's arable land. This is about 874 million hectares. So looking at our population, where we are now, 1.4 billion people, by 2030, we're looking at 2.5 billion. The same size of land will have to feed 2.5 billion people before we even begin to talk of exporting. Right. So, what can we do? Cooperation among African states, genuine cooperation, I would say. Some countries, obviously, are stronger than others, which is normal. Then we'll have to take advantage of the strengths of other African countries, you know, to cooperate, to integrate, to accept our food system. And when I say our food system, is trying to adapt to what we have and not depending so much on what comes from the other countries. You know, Morocco is already taking the lead. It holds 70% of the world's phosphate. So at the immediate, or the long term rather, or immediate term, is the need to fertilize our soils because of land degradation that we have mentioned earlier.
And do you believe that these kinds of conversations need to be on the agenda for a COP27? Like, what could be those specific asks? Because I do wonder if we're having a conversation amongst the converted, right? And we all nod in agreement and we say, yes, that's what we should be doing. However, it's not happening. So I just wonder, how do we make that, the really great points that you made, a realization in the halls of influence where significant amounts of investment could be opened up for that? I remember from COP26, a lot of disagreement with how successful COP26 was, predominantly by African nations who said, we had a Friday afternoon to talk about climate adaptation and food security. And we've been told that we should do everything that you are doing, developed countries, but with low carbon, zero emissions, you know, renewables, and all the things that you guys didn't have to do. Simple. So where does that leave us? Because agriculture is a significant piece for the GDP for African nations. It contributes to climate change issues negatively, predominantly, but also it can be an opportunity for food security.
Yeah, if I may, as you know, COP22 was held in Morocco, in Marrakesh in 2016, and Morocco has built this COP as COP of action, meaning translating the Paris Agreement into real action, but as a COP for Africa. And we have the Africa Summit of Action with head of states, and which was chaired by His Majesty King Mohamed VI. This COP 22 was really a landmark for agriculture, because the Marrakesh Proclamation has explicitly mentioned agriculture adaptation. And this is, I think, a game changer for African agriculture. So in that COP also, we have thought it was a wonderful opportunity to develop a mechanism that drives African agriculture adaptation. And the African agriculture adaptation to climate change initiative, known as AAA, was a really generated from this conviction. And since 2016, we have been very active to work with African countries to support them in developing their climate smart agriculture investment programs. We have done that with 7 countries for about a portfolio of projects of $22.5 billion. And the issue is really access to finance. And we are gratified by the fact that since COP26, adaptation, as the UN Secretary General asked and said that adaptation should have at least half of the climate finance. So our focus now, especially for COP27, is to facilitate access of African countries to climate finance. And this is important. Our experience shows that there are so many hurdles that countries could not really overcome. So we should really voice this in COP27, which will be held on African soil, and really inaugurate a new era and a new dynamic for African agricultural adaptation, because the threat of climate change, be higher temperature, less rainfall, droughts, floods, locusts, and all this are really serious.
Thank you. And it's how to save what's there and preserve, at least for resilience. And to some of the points, Hamza, that that you are involved with, trying not to undo a lot of the work that you've been doing. I want to integrate in some questions and comments from the audience. Hamza, I'll also get to you as well. I think you had a point to share, but wanted to integrate a couple of questions from the audience, sir. If we could get the mic just to the front.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I would like to thank all the panelists and yourself to devote the first session to an extremely important and crucial challenge. The UN is saying that we have to abolish or at least reduce from now to 2030 hunger. Everybody admits that COVID-19 and Ukraine exacerbated, it did not create the food security problem. So it is there. 65 to 70% of the African population rely on agriculture. 65 to 70% of African population is relying on agriculture. Africa imports $50 billion every year. When I was in primary school, they told us that Sudan can feed the Arab world and the remaining African countries. I think, let's say 50 or 55, I'm trying to diminish my age. Left it 55 years after, we are in the worst situations ever. Our Arab land are extremely rich. We have water resources. We have population. but we are renting our arable land to strangers. So I think that instead of thinking about maybe small problems and small fixes, I think we have to go to the balcony and see the whole picture. And the whole picture is not about economic fixes. It is about prioritization of agriculture as a national priority, as a regional priority. Well, let's see, regional complementarity and continental priority. So it is about one word that is extremely important. It is about sovereignty. It is about political will. And I think everything in terms of management of agriculture, dynamics, etc., will follow from a political will and from prioritization of agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take maybe one or two other questions for this batch and see where we land. There's
Thank you very much. My name is Serge Benjamin Traoré, and I would like to build on what His Excellency Ambassador Lulushki just raised now. And my point is particularly linked to the issue of land grabbing in Africa. I think Ambassador mentioned the role of private actors or land being rented to foreigners. So that's a very huge phenomenon today in Africa. It's a scourge, actually. Local communities, farmers being deprived from their land, and these land being sold or, to so-called investors. So how do you see the impact of land grabbing on the issue of food security in general in Africa? I will leave it here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we'll take, I believe there's one more question just in front.
Bonjour. J'aimerais d'abord remercier l'OCP Policy Center pour l'invitation. For the New South, yes. Je suis très heureux de faire partie donc de cette audience avertie, et je tiens à remercier les intervenants pour la qualité et la richesse de leur présentation. D'accord? Donc c'est un panel regroupant des experts venant d'horizons divers.
Experts hailing from different horizons to debate and to exchange about a federating exchange the internationalist legal practitioners, academicians, university, etc., etc. As you know, we are now living in an era of complexity. We are also living in the era of scarcity. The economic situation, the health situation, the war in Ukraine have really caused havoc in the very ideological thinking. We're talking also about the financial and economic resources paucity, which has been reflected, which is now being exacerbated by the volatility and an uncertainty on financial markets and also on the food chain and the disruption, if not the rupture of the food chain. We are also living the very scarcity and paucity of water resources. The African continent is threatened by climate change, desertification because of the anthropic man-made activities who are much more demanding today than it was in the face of an increase in population, in the face also of the current production capacities of these natural systems, and which also exacerbate their problems. And also productivity of the soil, of the land, and also the silting of dams. Inter alia, we are really going through a reduction of water source, and FAO has certainly pulled out the communication cord. In its report, FAO has mentioned 90% of the land. Puis-je vous demander, monsieur, quelle est la question si vous avez...
Oui. La question qui m'interpelle, est-ce que...
The question that comes to mind now is the African continent ready, willing, and able to implement a system an agricultural system that is sturdy, resilient in such a way as to anticipate and to be proactive in order to circumvent, overcome the food crisis. Also, the cash crop system of the poor and the most poorer population. So we need to model the factors and the resistance factors facing poverty. So it's a combat that we'll have to keep on during the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we've got different but related questions. One from the ambassador around what are these kind of system unlocks. We have some examples at these very small parochial levels, but we really need massive catalytic transformative activity or interventions that can be relevant to the crisis, the size and the scope of the crisis itself. And this is the current issues are only exacerbating what existed. Please correct me if I'm wrong in terms of some of the questions and more of a challenge to the panelists to respond there. The question around land grabbing in Africa, it was related to some of the points that were mentioned earlier around how do we buttress sovereignty, how do we buttress ownership and clarity if we are in fact working for the primary producers and they are left out of a primary input for agriculture, what does that mean? And then the third piece around, I guess if I could paraphrase, you made some really good points about this myriad amount of issues that we deal with. It was something we discussed at the beginning. How do we prioritize? Maybe tied into the points that His Excellency the Ambassador had mentioned. Where do we start? Where should we focus? What would help unlock some of these big issues? I'm not sure. I will throw it to the panelist of who feels inclined to answer. Maybe we start around the system unlocks and we go along to some of the conversation, prioritization as well as the land grab question.
Okay, let me attempt to answer this question about land grabbing in Africa. It's very real. We are witnessing same in my country as well. People come in the name of investment and want to establish plantations, and then they buy off the whole community. And to solve this problem, I think the answer lies with the youths of Africa, who no longer see agriculture as a source of employment. A lot of the youth would rather look for what will I say, jobs elsewhere, but there are lots of job opportunities around agriculture and the value chain. And politicians don't build political will. They respond to political will. And that can only come if the youths in our countries see agriculture as source of employment, source of wealth, center for investment. If they don't, those lands will definitely be taken over by others who see those opportunities in those countries. But of course, it is important that it must be a national priority for all countries. And if we do that, then we know that if any company or anyone is coming to invest in our country, questions must be asked. And that investment should actually be local. So the problem of food insecurity in our continent is local, and the solution has to be local. Yes.
Points raised on the scale and prioritization piece.
Un point important que son Excellence l'ambassadeur Lulushki a soulevé. Oui, les études montrent que l'Afrique est loin de réaliser les objectifs notamment en matière de réduire ou annihiler l'insécurité alimentaire et la pauvreté. L'Afrique a ses agendas. Je pense qu'elle n'a pas besoin de nouveaux agendas, personnellement. Il y a la déclaration de Malabo, il y a le CADEP, il y a l'agenda 2063, et tous ces agendas ont vraiment mis l'agriculture comme priorité. Nous avons parlé du dialogue africain pour le sommet mondial des systèmes alimentaires. Les mêmes engagements ont été pris par les ministres de l'agriculture, en référence justement au CADEP et à la déclaration de Malabo. Donc je pense, et je l'ai dit, je pense que ce qu'il faut, c'est l'engagement politique sur la longue durée pour réaliser ces objectifs. Donc ça, c'est un point. Les évaluations qui ont été faites, qui sont faites régulièrement sur la mise en œuvre des engagements de Malabo, je pense, montrent qu'il y a une dynamique de progrès qui s'est enclenchée. Tout n'est pas noir. Donc il y a des pays qui ont commencé véritablement à s'inscrire dans une dynamique de réalisation des engagements de Malabo, par exemple sur le montant des investissements qui doit dépasser 10% de l'investissement global pour l'agriculture. Ça, c'est important. La recherche également, 1% du PIB agricole, les jeunes, etc. Donc il faut, à mon avis, maintenir et accélérer cette dynamique pour l'Afrique et par l'Afrique.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm dealing with multiple devices at a time. We don't have too much time left. I believe we are only about 4 minutes or so. But this was an extremely great conversation. Hamza, I wanted you had some points earlier. I think it's really important because we talked about the youth quite a lot. They're a monolithic creature that is going to save us all, but they haven't got any access to finance. They're entrepreneurs who don't have access to the government. They can't interact with the government all the time because the government doesn't see them as serious. And then also, they don't vote in countries like mine. And so what happens? We talk about this group of people who are going to save us in the future, but the current issue and crisis is right where it is. So how, from your perspective, not representing the entire youth of Africa, but as an agro-entrepreneur in this space, what are we missing specifically from the government, from civil society, from the consumers, from the financiers as well? But you can take this comment however you want to help us round off.
That's a very tricky question.
Just an easy question to answer.
I think what His Excellency the Ambassador touched upon, which is in a certain way leadership, could be also perceived more at a micro level, which is building role models that enable youth to believe it is possible. And yesterday I was in Taounat, and yesterday in Taounat it was 52 degrees Celsius. Very hot in Morocco, no availability of water, a very complex situation. And we were talking with youth that were engaged in agriculture. And they were, how can I, in these conditions, with also the Plan Maroc Vert that has achieved so much, but with a bit of hesitation right now over the next green generation plan, and with so much, I would say, uncertainty around farming, how can I move towards this effort of going to this agriculture, to this activity? And I didn't have any example to share of a youth that was the same age, 23 or 24 years old, and that achieved transforming 20 hectares of wheat into fruit trees successfully, and that was there to make a testimony. So, and when I get back on my customers, all the farmers, if I take the databases, are 53 years old on average. So I think the leadership His Excellency touched upon, which is the public leadership that needs to put everyone on the same page and align everyone that we need to feed ourselves, needs in a certain way to get concrete practical results in people emerging in localities and that prove that it's possible. And my feeling is that whether I am in Morocco or Côte d'Ivoire or Senegal or Nigeria or Ethiopia or Zambia, we work in all these countries, I do not yet see a young generation that perceive agriculture as the next thing to do. And I do believe that if it is a national priority, we'll get there in a certain extent. And I'm very happy that in Morocco, people get naturally interested in agriculture because our grandfather were all farmers in a certain way, and we have this feeling. But if I see Africa as a whole and the countries we operate to, unfortunately, sometimes agriculture is even perceived as the activity you shouldn't get in. And I do believe that there is a psychological change that we need to build together. And when I see the conditions today in which they will have to cultivate, with Morocco, for example, having today the lowest water availability of all its entire history, just below the 91-95 period, I must admit that the effort in convincing all these people to get in farming is really important. And it needs to be a societal change, putting agriculture as the impact-driven activity to get in if we want to, in a certain way, build our continent. And I will finish simply by citing one country over which I was very surprised, and it's Rwanda. Rwanda started a wheat program very recently in areas that are very complex for wheat, like Musanze, which are very hilly areas, still able to realize yield and to get people into it with discipline, psychological change, and the willingness really to build a new Africa. And I do believe this Africa we want, we can find it in Morocco, in Tunisia, in Rwanda, in Kenya, and in certain regions of certain countries that have this willingness to build themselves. And that's what we need to advocate for and to vocalize in a certain way, to have people believing it's possible, because at the end of the day, there are success stories, but they are not enough in order to drive a massive change.
Thank you so much. I think there's nothing left for me to say, but thank you for the points you raised. Just focusing on priorities, we've heard a number, we all know what those priorities should be. I think the point around leadership and clarity of vision, mindset shift that has nothing to do with the economics, but really has to do with the approach, positioning agriculture, food systems, smart, climate smart agriculture, whatever sexy word we want to use to drive a new generation of people into this sector, not only because it's a moral need to feed, but it's actually a way that they could potentially make significant money, but also stay in the build and cultivate the areas that they have. Young people are driving towards the shores and also driving towards the cities. But we've seen in Kenya, Rwanda, that approach has kept young people developing villages, the towns that they are in. And you're not seeing that much flight, which also causes issues for food security in urban and peri-urban areas. A lot of points raised. We also link this also to the climate adaptation and climate change conversation, which will be the next panel. So I want to thank my esteemed panelists for taking the time to share their perspectives and also for the really insightful questions that came from the audience. Thank you all.
generating multiple vulnerabilities and exacerbating social tensions. This panel will examine the correlation between climate change and conflict. Please welcome the chair, Serge Daniel, journalist and writer, and the speakers, Fatma Ahmed, Capacity Building Specialist, United Nations Development Program, Rama Yade, Senior Director, Atlantic Council Africa Center, and Yonas Adeto, Director, Institute for Peace and Security Studies, who unfortunately cannot be with us in person, so will be joining us on Zoom. Mr. Daniel, the floor is yours.
Je vous remercie d'être là.
Thank you for being here today. And so for this fourth panel, Security Implications of Climate Change in Africa, here's what I'm suggesting. So for the next hour and 15 to 30 minutes, rather an hour and 15 minutes, to give the floor to three people, but also to hear what you have to say. And we'll start out by Ethiopia, because we have one of our panelists that was unable to be here with us today, but thanks to technology, we'll be able to hear what he has to say. And that's Dr. Yonas Aday. We cannot see him right now. Dr. Yonas, how are you?
Very much indeed. And how are you?
Thank you. Happy to see you. Voilà, donc nous allons parler des implications.
So we will be talking about the security implications of climate change in Africa. And I wanted to head directly over to Addis Ababa and talk to Dr. Yonas Adeto, who's a commissioner of the Ethiopian National Dialogue Commission. I mean, not necessarily a fan of the term specialist, but he is an expert in his field. So what do these security implications of climate change in Africa, what does this title inspire you to say, Doctor?
I'd like to thank you very much, Policy Center for the News House, and the organizers and the moderator. Thank you very much indeed. The very topic is very close to my heart. I hope you can hear me. That's my trust, confidence that you can hear me. There is a blessing in disguise in technology, at the same time, sometimes challenge with it. Okay, so climate change impact on the security, and also I even earlier had fragility of a state. I wish I talked on that one even better, but the climate change itself concretely can show us on our daily lives. Just last week, we heard some reports from the media that 3 people in Addis were taken by the flood in Addis Ababa because of infrastructure. And we happen to see the price spiking of apples, bananas, all fruits there, because in the rural areas, there was not sufficient rain. And then that quickly tells you, and in some areas, there were some communal conflicts, simply because they were leaving their vicinity in search of greener pasture, and communal conflicts flaring up because of limited resource. But most important, the dry season, the El Nino effect, and not having sufficient water for their cattle, even some of them dying. You might have seen them over the mass media indeed. So you can just talk about climate, how it is affecting daily lives in Eastern Africa. And my also research took me to Zanzibar and Dar es Salaam. I saw for myself how those reefs, those coral areas, and particularly overfishing, is gradually eating the entire land into the very dwellers. And from time to time, water bodies shrinking in the land, particularly overpopulation there, taking over the animals and the competing over resources, people and of human beings and other neighboring species. So in short, agricultural and food security, water resources and water-dependent services, urban environment and infrastructure, coastal and areas of fisheries as a whole, and displacement, communal violence, and resource conflicts are very clearly telling us where the direct link between security, particularly human security, as is defined in the UNDP 1994 handbook. It's just clearly out there. And the very survival of humanity is really threatened because the climate change, I'm not talking about what's happening in Northern Europe, how UK today is feeling the heat wave in France, in most of them. Just I'm talking about what's happening today in Ethiopia. I had to change 3 times my clothes, as you might see. When I was being introduced to the audience some 10 minutes ago, I was wearing a different thing. Now, because it's extremely cold, then I have to quickly change. So it is a life that we are living here. That's why I said it is closer to my heart, and I'm very happy to respond to any questions that you might raise related to climate-induced security issues or conflict. Thank you very much indeed. Back to you, moderator.
C'était clair, précis.
It was very clear and precise. Please stay with us, Doctor, until we can give the floor to 2 other guests. Madam Fatma Ahmed, who's a specialist, who's a capacity building specialist. You work at the UNDP. You're from Somalia. So what does this inspire you? What does this theme inspire you to say?
Well, thank you so much for extending the invitation. It's my first time here, and I've learned so much in such a short time. So to answer the question around the correlation between climate change and conflict, I thought it would be useful for us to first start with providing a very quick overview of some of the different conceptual framing and the school of thoughts around the nexus between climate and conflict. But then I really want to focus on the practical. What are we doing at UNDP and the UN broadly, but also on the African continent, looking at the African Union and regional economic communities to see how we can move the discussions from the nexus, but also what's being done. So if we first look at what is the different schools of thoughts, what I've heard from even this morning is that there's an agreement that climate and conflict has a relationship. But I think it's important for us to even unpack that a little bit more. So there's one school of thought that talks about climate change as generating security risks and has multiple effects. And we know that there's a growing body of research that's been done by reputable institutions, CIPRI, NUPI, and many others on the continent that talks about this. But what is their argument? The discussion is that worsening livelihood security, environmental degradation, changing migration patterns, predatory armed conflict, also elite behavior, all plays a critical role and an effect in increasing risk of violence and conflict. So at a local level, what is this saying? It's saying that the choices of individuals and communities make in adapting their livelihood could increase the risk of violence. In essence, basically saying that their climate-sensitive agriculture, pastoralism, fishing that they're dependent on, and the absence of an alternative livelihood means that there is a possibility using violence to protect or access natural resources. So the question is, does this mean that communities who are vulnerable to climate shocks, that they're more likely to resort to violence? That is a question to further unpack. So that's one school of thought, showing that there's a clear nexus between the two, between conflict and climate. But there's also a different school of thought. We had the pleasure of working with Cleon O'Reilly from ACLED, who really deals with armed conflict in Africa. He argued that there is no direct presence or link between violence and climate. Now, why is their argument as this? They're saying this because climate change is widespread, it's persistent, and it's growing. But conflict, on the other hand, is very much tailored to the local environment and is also responsive to political competition. Furthermore, they also argue that the current debate around climate and conflict has a street-like effect. It's limited based on its modeling, the data that we're using. And in fact, contrary to causing conflict, they believe that widespread disaster builds solidarity and cooperation, and that scarcity creates the opportunities for cooperation and trust building. Now, irrespective which school of thought of the spectrum that you're in, whether there's a direct cause or not a direct cause, I think this is a healthy debate because we need the evidence for policy and recommendations. But I do feel like in the interim of this discourse and discussion, there's an important midway. We need to focus on, irrespective of connection or not connection, what we really need to be asking is, what is the research telling us about climate change solution that exists? What local, formal, and informal institutions are found in African states, communities that found these solutions? What do we learn from adaptation and mitigation? What are the practices at a local level? For example, we know that there's a lot of indigenous knowledge and insights across Africa and in communities that have supportive adaptive policies. They also have traditional social insurances in the cases of climate impact, and also safety systems. So the point is that knowledge and discussion is imperative to the discussion, but at the same time, we also really need to focus on action. What are the local means? What are the local solutions? What are people doing? What can we learn from these communities rather than us teaching them? So this comes to the discourse, from discourse to action. So of course I work at the UN, at UNDP, and I thought to share some knowledge on what we're doing in terms of the response as a multilateral body. So we know that at the Security Council there has been several engagement and discussion about climate and security. We also know that there's been establishment of mechanisms such as the Group of Friends on Climate and Security. At a practical level, there's also the establishment of the Climate Security Mechanism, which is a joint initiative by UNDP, DPPA, and UNEP. And really, it's a community of practice to share experiences, technical advice, but more importantly, also capacity building on the topic. Coming specifically to the region that I stay in the Horn of Africa, the Special Envoy of the Horn of Africa has also, in its prevention strategy, adopted a Pillar 4. And the Pillar 4 is focusing on sustainable natural resources development and climate resilience, to really identify what are the specific UN interventions that are being done. The reason why I'm mentioning this is that often at the UN and many multilateral institutions, we work in silos. So we're not benefiting from the knowledge from the various different agencies. And this is critical for us to find it. So these, although at a policy level are important, they also have an impact on the ground. So now coming back to the African Union and really spotlighting on the solutions by the African Union and regional economic communities. We heard from the Commissioner Bankole yesterday. And what he said was that we need to become more self-reliant to find priorities and solutions and responses that are beneficial to Africa. Now, why am I bringing this up? we have COP27 that's coming up. We heard from the previous panel that in the previous COP26, there was a very limited time for Africa to speak about adaptation, climate financing, multiple issues on the impact of climate. So with the upcoming of COP27 in Africa, in Egypt, there's an opportunity to really position Africa in terms of its own solution, but also looking at what its own priorities are in terms of the policy. So just to flag the policy and some of the reactions from the African Union, we know in the 774th Peace and Security Council resolution, Peace and Security session, there was a directive to create an inter-AU coordination. So this is applaudable because we have the Commission of Political Affairs, Peace and Security working very closely with the Commission of Agriculture, Rural Development and Blue Economy. So what is that doing? We're harmonizing the approach, but also coordinating our joint interventions, whether it's utilizing the mechanism and normative framework that exists within the AU. As well, there has been a specific directive on developing a common Africa position. Many of you may not know, but there's no common Africa position at the moment on climate change, security, and the development nexus, and that's critical for us to know how to act at the local level. So we as UNDP have been supporting that capacity and looking forward to seeing it through until COP27. Coming to IGAD, for those that don't know, IGAD is the Intergovernmental Authority on Development. They have a number of different specialized agencies that look at climate predictions. They look at adaptation program, agriculture, livestock, and they have a wealth of knowledge, data, and insights that are really supporting the local communities. So similar at IGAD, they're also supporting better working practices. They have recently initiated the Horn of Africa Climate Outlook. Now that is bringing together the scientists and many other specialists to share their experiences and then trickle it down to the community level, which is important. Next week, for instance, there's a meeting that is bringing together the security sector and climate actors to really see how can we infuse some of those learnings into the security sector as well, especially in places like Somalia. So there's multiple different examples that could be shared, but I thought that that was important to frame the discussion, especially as the region are experiencing many different things. So what are the key takeaways for the discussion? So we cannot reverse the climate change impact without localization. So here, what we really need to do is, in addition to understanding the working practices at a policy level between AU, IGAD, and many other regional institutions, we really need to also look at how do we, in uncertain times, really focus about the communities on their coping mechanisms in dealing with conflict, and especially those communities that are living under both threats, conflict and climate. So there's a lot of work to be done, and especially in light of limitation of funds, lack of capacity of these institutions. But hopefully with the COP27 and also this more integrated working, there's a real opportunity to take research and rhetoric into action, and look forward to the further discussions.
Thank you very much. Merci, Madame. Programme des Nations Unies pour le développement et que vous êtes.
You are a specialist of capacity building. Now, security implications of climate change in Africa. I'd like and give the floor to, I'll take the liberty to give the floor to Rama Yade, former minister at the French Republic. She is a senior researcher at Atlantic Council based in Washington in the United States. The think tank was created in 1961. Yeah, well, my memory serves me well, thank you. And I'm now going to give you on the same theme. We're going to go around first. Please say what you want, but we really, well, I'm going to be brief. Thank you, dear Daniel, for facilitating this important debate. My thanks go out also to the Policy Center for having organized it, and most particularly with Mr. Karim Al-Ainawi and all the team who are very high-value partners for the Atlantic Council that you have so well presented. I run the Atlantic Council Africa program since last year. And in this capacity, the climate topic is one of our think tank's most favorite topics. And on this very fundamental question, I can see three main security-related implications of the security. First, food security. Second, the community conflicts, and thirdly, the climate refugees. And often the three are interrelated. I'm going to dwell on, albeit I'll have to be brief, dwell on some of the examples. Now, with respect to the climate refugees, one can use of what is now occurring around Lake Chad, which is at the same time a climatic but also security phenomenon with Boko Haram, which produces and leads to very important movements, waves of population. Of course, this area has gone 90% drier in 60 years' time. It's a lake that has lost its surface, going from 260,000 square kilometers to only 3,000 square kilometers. And the countries involved there are very important. There's the Cameroon, Chad, the Central African Republic, Libya, Nigeria. And this also leads to deforestations around this area. The Lake Chad Commission did propose multiple solutions, the likes of circumventing transfer the water from the Ubangi River, which is an affluent of the Congo River, to also change the situation. But the cost is very hefty. We are here talking about $15 billion. Some even are wondering whether that is sufficient, and the neighboring states are not all in agreement all the time. This is a population which is going to be increasing in the area, going from 50 million inhabitants to in excess of 130 million inhabitants by 2050, in the 30 years to come. And as I was just mentioning, on top of this, there's also Boko Haram, which makes it a little too much for the 50 million men, women, families, households that are seeing themselves as climate refugees, inexorably between drought, drying, and conflicts and terrorism. So this is a very concrete consequence through the example of Lake Chad of what the climate question, what consequences can climate change phenomenon have? Well, a second aspect has to do with climate and security, which is food security. In Africa, we can assign it to many factors, be they the consequences of COVID, and also the spin-offs of the war in Ukraine with the increase of the prices and the rates. But there is also a third factor that explains the food insecurity inter alia, which is quite obviously the climate phenomena, with consequences in terms of health deterioration, consequences in terms of of school attendance. The schools need to be closed, and the inequalities are exacerbating. The gender inequalities are also getting bigger, and the World Meteorological Organization, WMO's report, I can't recollect when it was end of 2021, that indicated that this report indicated a list of economic consequences related to the African climate vulnerability, whereby there is an additional 3% drop in the African GDP by 2050. This is a very concrete economic consequence of this food insecurity, which is attributable to the global warming, and because the climate reasons of this food insecurity are diversified, is global warming on one hand, but the elevation of the sea waters, Atlantic Ocean, and the tropical coasts, and also on the glaciers, since there's on this continent not only global warming but also glaciers in Uganda and Kenya, Mount Kilimanjaro, among others, and the rainfalls are also a phenomenon there with the floods, flash floods that we are witnessing in many countries, Benin, Senegal, Nigeria, Cameroon, to mention but these, with also movements of the populations, and at each flood, at each drought, the food insecurity goes up. Now, also the food security or insecurity is increasing by 40, now leads to 40% of displaced population in 2020 versus the early years. So these are massive phenomena with movements of populations and displacement of population. 12% of the increases 12% of the new displacement of populations, 12% have taken place in the Horn of Africa. This is a concentration, a regional concentration of the phenomenon that is now beating all-time records. Now, this is another yet example of consequences on the security consideration, which is absolutely a direct and the community conflicts. Indeed, one knows about the magnitude of the community conflicts in the Sahel region between the populations that are undertaking animal husbandry and agricultural activity. And here the answer, through this phenomenon of, let's talk about the solutions that do exist and that are being tested, and I will finish with this. The green wall, we try to propose solutions to this phenomenon of community conflicts. Well, this is about what? About a dozen or so countries spanning from Senegal to Djibouti. We need to put stands back, to replant stands of trees on an an 8,000 long kilometer. This program has been initiated in 2007 and has also requested does still require, which is, and this is by way of an announcement, which is similar to that of the Lake Chad, $15 billion, but the needs are much greater, twofold in fact, by 2030. Well, the idea here is not only to put back stands, to replant, but also to generate green employments directly associated to these projects. We're talking about 10 million green jobs, and also give youth in the region a hope for those who are looking for a job. So much so that for some of those youth, of course, the only answer is to really rally the ranks of the jihadist forces. So as you can see through these three phenomena, the food security, the community conflicts, but also the climatic refugees, one can see the direct nexus between security and climate. And one can also see that the answers are not living up to the problems, because this would require significant, sizable financial mobilization, would require agreements between states. The answer should not be national nor local and should be de minimis continental. And also, on top of that, the consequences are systemic. In other words, we are now talking about transboundary movements. We're talking about the gender equity, economic questions via the employment, and hence it's a whole problematic and issue on which I think the international community, as long as it does exist, to really lead on these questions during the COP27 that is going to be hosted in Sharm el-Sheikh next November in Egypt. I think we have quite a lot to ponder on. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, I'd like to now give the floor to, if you will, to someone, a man or woman in the audience who would like to share with us your experience or ask a question. Please introduce yourself. Can a microphone be given to the floor applicant?
My name is Badr. I'm a teacher and a researcher, and my question is related to the topic of climate change. We all know that the issues of climate change is a global one, but consequences are local. So This means that some reports say that by 2050 the world will no longer be able to eat chocolate. It means that the African countries that produce cocoa will suffer the heavy consequences of this climate change. My direct question is, when shall the UN system, and I mean by that, be strong enough to apply the principle of polluter payer, or the tax of pollution? I'm going to ask you to answer, please, sir. Oh, madam, sorry.
Of course, the UN system as a whole is doing many different things, but really guided by the climate promise. So the climate promise is a strategy that's really focusing on various different aspects, whether it's reduction of pollution, whether it's addressing adaptation programs on the ground. But of course, this also needs commitments from the member states itself, right? So if we're focusing on Africa, we need, and with the multiplicity of issues that member states are dealing with, limited budgets, really focusing on whether it's stability, securitization. It's a prioritization of what they see within their country to prioritize. So the UN is in each respective country working with the governments to support those specific initiatives, and also at the global level really pushing the climate promise agenda to see what can be done. But of course it's also looking to see at local solutions. So there is much being done. The administrator himself from UNDP, Akim Steiner, has made it his priority to focus on some of the climate issues, and there's been a lot of advocacy but also programmatically. But of course we have much to do to reach the goals, especially before 2050. But we are waiting to see what also comes out of COP27 to stand by to support it through climate financing, whether it's investing in renewable energy and finding other ways that can both generate opportunities for youth employment and also dealing with the multiplicity of issues. So a lot is being done and probably not enough to cover in this short space of time. But priority is there in light of all the various different competitions in Africa.
Merci bien. Une autre question, une autre intervention, Madame.
Thank you very much. Another question, intervention? Madam, the floor is yours.
And I work as an international relations specialist focusing on the issues of migration and very recently on the link between migration and climate change. So my direct question to the panelists is, from your experience as practitioners who have worked on the issue, how do we start to build the resilience? Because we have spoken about the vulnerability of the continent to the climate change and the link between the human displacement and climate change, but how do we start? The recent report of the World Bank, the Groundswell report, has stated that one step for the people who move from the rural areas impacted by the climate change and the loss in the means of living will be going to the cities. But then that means more challenges for the governments in the provision of public goods, etc. How do we start to build this resilience? Thank you very much.
Rama, Yade.
This concept means, I know that it is very trendy to speak about resilience, but I think African populations are the most resilient population in the world, since all the historic shocks they have dealt with. And these shocks are still there through the impact of COVID-19. Like I said earlier, the consequences of the war in Ukraine, they have nothing to do with all these things. You know, they are not at the origin of the war in Ukraine. They are not at the origin of the COVID-19. They are not responsible for the gas emissions. Only 4% of the gas emissions in the world, and they are paying the highest price of all these things. It's pretty unfair to see how much they pay, and their resilience is every day, from children who don't attend schools since years now in Burkina Faso, in some areas in Mali. Resilience from women who are doing a lot to carry their communities. from resilience from young people who are trying to survive in very hostile environments, to find the ways to support their families. And even states, African states are usually criticized, but they have been very resilient these last years. For example, they have signed all the agreements, international treaties on climate requested from the international communities. But in the meantime, when they try to have a part in the solutions, they are prevented from, just attending. For example, the last COP 26 in Glasgow was a complete failure. We remember how the African NGOs have been prevented from attending the meetings because they were not vaccinated and they have to wait for in hotels, very expensive hotels. They were in a red list. How can you put Africans in a red list at the COP26 when so much is at stake on the African continent? So they know what resilience is. I think this word has been made up just for them. But the problem here is how can we decrease all things they have to face with. They don't have to prove they are resilient. They have proved that so much that now it's time to decrease the charges they have to carry by respecting commitments, financial commitments. And we know that the African rich countries have not respected or kept their funding promises, and it's very important to do so first. Otherwise, I think they should not wait and just think about the best ways to do this by finding new solutions, like climate finance, for example. There are very innovative solutions Africans can think about alone without any outside help. And two, there are many old solutions. I think African farmers know everything about the seasons, about the weathers, about their own environments, and they have very ancient solutions around that. And I think they should promote these solutions, but for that they just need the room and the space to be heard.
Merci bien. On va essayer de nous rendre à Addis Abeba.
Thank you. We went to Addis Abeba. Dr. Yonas, I don't know if you can still hear us. Dr. Yonas from the Dialogue Nomination Commission in Ethiopia, can you hear us?
Sure, okay. About the question.
Yes. Do you want me to respond to some of the questions, or do you have any different question?
The second question.
The second question.
Repeat the second question.
Excellent. Okay. Yeah. I'm delighted to hear that very systematic question. I wish even I had some say on the UN system itself, and it is very important to really think very seriously. When we are talking about climate, we should not see it separately. We should see it in a sort of holistic manner. The climate impact in how it interacts with fundamental social fabrics, with the political system, the governance system, the security arrangement, be it at local level or international level. When we're talking about the climate, say global warming, who caused the very warming itself? The industrialization project as a whole. Who is now paying the price and who is making benefit out of that? I think that is fundamentally necessary question for us to really raise. So when we talk about climate impact, climate conflict nexus, we should fundamentally ask these questions holistically. We say in peace philosophy, peace is indivisible. Conflict security studies are to take holistically whatever happens, say what's called this butterfly effect. What happened, say the poverty situation in Afghanistan causing 9/11 in the USA, as you might just see the link. The climate is even clearer. So who warned? And then what should be done rather than simply accusing, going back? But now in the 21st century, what should the UN member countries should do about that? What should schools should do about that? Schools here at the grassroots level, shouldn't the curriculum itself reflect the context? Shouldn't the very curriculum that we design, that the students should, as exactly the last speaker said, Africa has that accumulated indigenous knowledge to cope with those difficulties and to build resilience. So rather than repeating what's been said somewhere else or copying and pasting on African context, shouldn't we make our education itself responsive to the very problems we have here? And how about the UN system? Does it really function for the UN member countries equally? Isn't it sometimes in a mouthpiece for only for some rather than all? Shouldn't we really start thinking seriously about that? When we talk about climate change, shouldn't we also think at grassroots level as well as highest level, that very interaction making some difference? So I think that is really very good. And this on the migration and the resilience developing aspect, to my understanding, as I have just already mentioned, this multilateral approach is one of the ways. So the dry situation created in Horn of Africa makes life difficult in Norway or London or somewhere else. So for those refugees, for those migrants going to prevent them from the very beginning from going there, helping them, assisting them with educational system, collaborating with local ownership. Let me repeat that, locally led projects, because the locals know far better than anyone assigned as a special envoy to this and that, of this and that mission. The mission should come from grassroots up, bottom up. And then we can have this sort of cosmopolitan or interactive approach so that the common problem can be also solved in common approach rather than one size fits all approach. I really like that what the UN system is doing so as to deal with this difficult circumstance that is a real problem which could really make human beings like dinosaurs disappear from the global earth itself. So I think that is very important. So it is time for us to collaborate together, critically think and contribute for that, and also see the UN system itself. And maybe because now we are expecting a new world order emerging. And maybe this new liberalism approach might be really in question. So we also started some projects like decolonization of education system, decolonization of thinking system, research system, because research must address context-specific problems rather than literature review-based, and then imitating what is not working in African context. So I wish we could have more time, then we could really further and deepen our understanding and discussions as well. Thank you very much indeed.
Merci beaucoup, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. When I'm listening to you, Dr. Yonas, or when I hear you, ladies, I think that this is a sort of a pessimistic way of speaking. Is there a more optimistic standpoint in the room? Can someone tell me whether they think that, okay, there are problems, but we'll get over them, and in a few years we will be far better than now? Would you like to speak, sir? I might disappoint you, though. Speak up anyways, I'll find someone else. Okay, I think that we need to congratulate the Policy Center, because still today we are now discussing extremely burning issues. It's not hard to say what we're saying.
Talk about this new approach of climate change that can trigger cooperation. But I think that we have to remind ourselves that we are talking about an African contest. We are talking about Africa. Why? Because Africa is the first continent that is hit by climate change. And I think that when we talk about Africa, we talk about Africa, which is unfortunately experiencing a lot of conflicts, instability, situation that might see a relapse again to conflict, where political and economic governance is either lacking or insufficient. So anything that will come will exacerbate the situation of security. And here when I talk about security, it's not physical security, it's not security stricto sensu. I'm talking about human security. And I think the whole debate has, I think, to integrate this notion of human security. So we are beyond the conflict. We are beyond conflict between communities that can become civil war, that can become internationalized civil war. We are talking about a continent that is lagging behind in terms of research and development. In other countries, in other continents, they have means, they have dispatched solutions to deal with climate change. We have countries that have managed to grow fruits and vegetables in the middle of desert, thanks to research and development and technologies. And I think it's here that our respective governments have to invest. I talked about agriculture that has to be prioritized, but I will add also education that will include research and development. Maybe I did not live up to your expectations in terms of bringing something optimistic, but between optimism and pessimism, I try to bring something that is realistic. Thank you.
Excellence, merci beaucoup. Vous avez pris la parole tout à l'heure.
Excellency, thank you very much. You have spoken beforehand. I will be fast. Nobody is supposed to ignore the effects of climate change on food security. So climate change, in my view, is also the extension of the development strategies that have been initiated by industrialized countries, because they have a production policy at the expense of the social environmental aspects. With respect to Africa, we are still suffering from the perverted effects of structural adjustment. And until we cannot break this dependency of populations that have become poorer vis-à-vis natural resources, we cannot reverse that trend. And I think we should maybe ask the question to the person responsible of UNDP. It's true that you have referred to modelization, we have access to data, etc. We can modelize, we can model the aspects of climate change by the usage of information systems, tele-detections or spatial detection with regard to the climatic index, the drought index, etc. But what is hard to quantify is the human aspect, is the anthropic activity, given that we are depending on that. The population depends on forestal resources, agricultural, pastoral resources. So it's a big question that should lead us to think. I think we have to balance things because we need to avoid global warming. You speak a lot here, but a lot there. It's a little bit cold, so I'd like to pass over to this side. My name is Rashid, and I'm research fellow for the Policy Center for the New South. And I'd like to get back to the question of climate funding. It is a must-have, and you know that to rebuild, we need to refund or fund. And so I'd like to know how the mechanisms that are underway nowadays contribute to reducing the effect of climate change over people, for example, over, for example, farmers. And second element, it seems that according to the report of CICR called Whenever Rain Becomes Dust, according to this report, apparently countries in situation of a conflict are the most neglected by this mechanism that we call climate funding.
I will give the floor to another participant before starting to answer the questions. Please introduce yourself.
So, building climate. Oh, sorry. My name is Michael David. Building climate resilience must be local, but it also requires resources, finance, big money. The honest fact is these resources, this money won't come as African countries expect. The G7 countries and most of the global south, global north countries are moving resources from this space into the Ukraine war, as you already know. So, what can we do? What can African countries do? This is a comment and a question for you, Madam, from the Atlantic Council. Thank you. Is it possible for African countries to come together and ask for debt forgiveness so that they can take care of loss and damage? Thank you.
Merci. Allez-y. Oui,
okay.
So as far as the financing goes, they are indeed massive. It's about $50 billion per year up until 2050 to be able to meet climate challenges in Africa. Naturally, the promises of the countries to be able to mobilize budgetary solutions have not been met, and every meeting related to the climate is an opportunity to recall this point, to remind everyone of this point. And so at a given time, I think it's important for Africans to invent their own solutions and use the assets that they have to leverage them with their respective partners in their negotiations. Earlier, I mentioned climate finance, which are in fact financial solutions that are tailored to the climate that are provided by the market. And the Atlantic Council, we published a report last year, it was in May, I believe, on this particular issue with a series of recommendations that make it possible to provide financial solutions in addition, beyond donations by or funds by the international community. This goes by way of bonds and guarantee funds. There are also both development agencies in public and private partnerships, and so I urge you to take a look at this report. So I'm not sure what the situation is with the UN funding with regards to the countries that are struggling the most. Maybe my neighbor here can discuss this, but I believe that if we wish to address the quick question that you asked, if we have any reasons to be optimistic, we do have reason to be optimistic regarding the potential that Africa has and on its capacity to provide solutions, not only for itself, but also for the rest of the world. We were talking about the Paris agreements, and there's only one country in the entire world that is respecting the Paris Agreement. It's an African country, it's Gambia, and nobody is going to advertise this fact. I mentioned earlier that Africans are only responsible for 4% of the world's climate change. However, they represent 15% of the world's population. This is something that needs to be
reiterated another statistic that allows us to shed light on this issue. So that of the 7 countries in the world that are responsible for 2/3 of CO2 emissions, none of these are from Africa. And so this is a reality that can be optimistic. And as far as the solutions, from the 10 sunniest countries in the world, because the sun is one solution, 7 are African. So there's a great potential in solar energy, which is also incredible. Africa also has 10% of the global world's potential in hydropower. This is also quite considerable. So there are energy resources, renewable energy resources that are very significant. So these are all reasons to be optimistic. The potential is definitely there. The capacities are there. Now, what's important is to have leadership, to have vision, and to have boldness and bravery. I will give the floor to Fatma Ahmed to conclude, and I'll take one last question before you can say some final words. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Nusa Shakrouni. I'm a senior fellow at the Policy Center for the New South. And Madame Yade has, in fact, conveyed my idea about the African potential, which is first and foremost human. We don't talk about the men and women. We don't talk about women enough. We don't give them their actual role. Even in this conference, we can see them. We can see women present in the panels, but the role of women's contribution in these solutions is also extremely important. And what I wanted to mention is this African potential also lies within the local communities. This is something that we've seen, how local communities and how economic communities tackled COVID, how they mobilized to find innovative solutions to African issues and with African solutions. And so to also make a link with what Madame Ahmed said on the UN system, rather than expecting from Africa to find a common solution, maybe we need to be attentive to these local solutions, because it is really from the grassroots level that we'll find the real solutions, the real answers. And there's really a great potential within civil society and through these different innovative solutions. And it's important to release this potential, to be truly attentive, and to come support these initiatives. So this is the comment that I wanted to share to stay optimistic and to end on an optimistic note. Thank you. You have 2 minutes to conclude. Sure, thank you. I wanted to come to the first speaker who was talking about the various challenges within Africa. I'll happily also share the paper once we're able to clear it, because even though it unpacks whether there's a connection or not, what was really important there is that they were providing specific examples where the communities have adapted. Where have they actually cooperated? What's happening in these hyper-local communities? And yes, although Africa, there's governance deficits in some of these countries, there's a lack of stability, but we're also very heavily based on informal systems, our informal economies, our informal structures, our traditional elders. We do a lot of work in borderland communities, which is completely have no governance structures in some cases. There's a lack of social contract or dependency of the state. Now, what are the solutions happening in those communities? That's what we need to find out. Are they migrating? Are they staying? What are they cooperating? Are they adapting? Are they mitigating? And it's those indigenous knowledge that we really need to amplify rather than focusing on what's not happening. And the human security issue is definitely a tremendous issue that we really need to look into. And I didn't want to focus on, and someone also talked about a lack of research in Africa. Recently, what we saw with IGAD, they have a lot more work that they're doing. So rather than us getting a consultant to write them a paper on adaptation or understanding the solutions, they were like, no, we need to focus on driving the research from within these institutions, because how else will we find these solutions as well? So there is lots happening, but again, it's a capacity and challenge. But I also don't want to focus on just the narrative of Africa is a problem lens. There's also opportunities, and you just said it now. There's lots that we saw happening during COVID-19, innovation. UNDP launched an Africa Innovates magazine, which really showcased what are the youth doing, what are women doing, what are some of the solutions that are being found. So we really should also focus on that. I didn't get a chance to talk about our country-specific efforts, but recently we did a mission in Benin. And actually what we saw that there's a lot of climate smart technology that's happening that's really involving the youth on regenerative integrative agriculture and also looking at agri-entrepreneurship. So there is a lot of solutions that are happening at country level and even at a hyper-local level, but how do we amplify that to better understand what they're doing? And that's what we need to really be building on. And in lead up to COP27, our next Africa Innovates magazine will actually be focusing on climate change. What are the climate change innovators? What are they doing? What can we learn from them that can be skilled up and upscaled?
Merci beaucoup, c'est gentil. Nous avons encore 3.
Thank you very much. We have 3 minutes left, and I would like to give the floor to a former minister that could become minister once again, and that's Mr. Walalou. Former minister, and we'll leave it at that. So I followed this interesting discussion with a lot of keen interest. It's true that the core issue here is funding, and it seems that as much as that we can be optimists, but we also need to show a voluntary approach. And it is in the sense that African countries are called upon to mobilize, because there have been commitments that were made internationally in Paris in 2015 and the 100 billion annually. This was indeed decided, but it's true that since then there have been some shocks in this world, and these shocks also have their financial costs, both for the states and for the world. I mean, there's the COVID shock, and currently the shock induced by the war. And it is important, in addition to this mobilization, what is necessary this year on the eve of the next meeting that will be taking place in Sharm el-Sheikh, it is extremely important to, based on the potential that you alluded to, Madam Minister, that we have in Africa to reach out to Europeans, but it's also Europeans that also have to reach out to us, because we are neighbors, to try to devise a strategy that takes into account the lessons learned from Ukraine, and that also factors in the challenges of mobilizing financial resources to ensure that the energy strategy and the anti-climate change strategy be implemented in a regional framework that brings together not only Europe, but the Mediterranean region and Africa. Thank you. Honorable Minister, thank you very much. This marks the end of this fourth panel. I wanted to warmly thank Dr. Yonas from Addis Abeba. Thank you, and we hope to see you soon. And thank you for joining us for this panel. I would like to thank you, Madam Fatma. So you'll be heading back to the UNDP. Good luck and best of luck. And Madam Minister, we look forward to seeing you soon in Paris or Washington. And I would like to conclude with a few words that I thought were timely for this panel. Should we be optimistic? Should we be pessimistic? But rather, we need to have a voluntary approach. And as the Honourable Minister has said, thank you very much.
and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, we will now begin with the fifth session of the conference, African Fragile States in Times of Uncertainty. State fragility remains a major obstacle to stability in Africa. This panel will reflect on how best to deal with post-conflict situations and discuss the right approach to help fragile states rebuild sustainably. Please welcome the chair, Badruddin Al-Harti, Chief Ceasefire Monitoring Component, United Nations Support Mission in Libya, and the speakers, Yonas Abu Yub, Director, Governance and State Building, United Nations. Fadel Serem, Specialist in Organizational Engineering and Planning and Expert in Marketing Management and Conflict Management. And Gilles Yabi, Founder and Executive Director, WATI.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have had all the chance to get a double espresso. It's not easy, beginning in the afternoon. I'm one of the few that is very happy to have gatherings after COVID. I was missing those moments where we can interact and meet to exchange ideas and hopefully contribute in something bigger. Today I'm humbled in a very highly qualified panel that I would like to introduce you once they will take the floor so that you can keep a bit an impression of who they are. But before that, I was just willing to take a moment to thank the Policy, New South Policy Center. This is a very nice opportunity, where you see South-South cooperation at its fullest, when you see the conversions with North-South ideas also at its fullest, and where we have bright minds, both from academia, practitioners, ambassadors, and from international organizations. That said, we have heard, like all of you, some of these brilliant presentations yesterday and today. By and large, there's a lot of human security, whether you approach it through food security, climate security, physical security, the dimension of keeping peace, of enforcing peace, of peace building. It's all somehow built around this concept of human security. Maybe what's new today that was not that new yesterday? What is it that we can contribute from our perspectives that is not already out? Those are good questions, and these are very interesting times. But the subject at hand goes a bit in a more constructive way. But I would like to say, in where I come from, the primacy of politics. I mean, you're talking about the states, what the state contributes, the state building, the nation building that goes with it, how that. I have heard somebody this morning, a colleague from the panel, talking about there's a lot of work going on, but it's in silos. So how do you bring this nexus? How can you think across those silos to get a good perspective, an understanding of what's going on how it is evolving, an understanding of the entry points to be able to address them, an understanding to have a vision on it, and also to bring the partnerships, if you want that kind of help from this understanding. I was in Burkina, and I have here some very nice friends from this time. And Burkina is a very proud people, facing a number of challenges. 3-4 years ago, when COVID hit, they had already multi-layers of complexity. They were facing the climate insecurity, and that was bringing a lot of herder agricultural problems. They were facing an extremist component that was willing to take some territory there. They were facing a food insecurity. So it's not just one insecurity or one crisis. And then the COVID hit also. So you can imagine all of these layers. It's not a question of synchronizing or sequencing, or it's really about the understanding of all of these human security aspects. And what's more important in this is how you deal with it goes with the quality of the institutions you have. And sometimes what I really like in this center is that African perspectives. I have sometimes a tendency, I find it hard to talk about institutions because then you would imagine those kind of institutions that have been built in the north following a number of decades. While in Africa, we do have institutions that are very solid. They are cultural, they are traditional, but they know what they do, they know the people they work with, but nobody really has taken the time to look into that kind and aspects of institutions. So when it comes to institutionalize, nobody think about institutionalizing that kind of cultural heritage. It's always along some other forms that have been born outside our society and that we would like to bring. So the element of ownership is not there. With that said, my job was just to make sure that coffee takes some time into your mouth and mind so that you can listen to our very brilliant panelists. And I would like to begin, we do have an international perspective with Yonas, a regional one on Africa, West Africa with Jill. And then we're going to zoom with the high-value politician from Burkina on a national opinion. And then, of course, he has been also been linked with all the problematic in the Sahel. So he would also probably like to address some of this. That said, our director, Yonas, has an extensive experience in Africa, Rwanda, Burundi, so in Middle East also. I do recall him in Yemen and Syria maybe. And he has spent the probably last year as a director looking into governance in the Middle East and North Africa. I have asked him if he can define the thematic at hand, the notions of fragility. Professor Rashid has this altitude in defining probably those thematics, but we would have needed 2 days just to expand the title he has put us the challenge to develop. But I would hope that Yonas will walk you through some of those basics and fundamentals and dynamics around those thematics, and then we'll take it from there. Yonas, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, let me start a few words in Arabic in honor of the host. أحب أن أجزي الشكر لكل من قام على تنظيم هذا الاجتماع وعلى الدعوة الكريمة لحضورها.
Organize this meeting and for the kind invitation. I'm always happy and all the happier to be here with the APSACO Center for the New South invitation, and I reckon that everyone here, our friends and colleagues, do know how I really value and consider with great value, of course, the work undertaken by the PCNS pertaining to the present and the future of Africa and its role in the world.
We can try to answer your question. Well, fragility is a concept that now has been used and probably misused sometimes in scientific literature. There are words like this that are used, like resilience or governance even. From my perspective on fragility comes from many years of practice in the Middle East and in Africa, but also from an academic background whereby I realized that a lot of theoretical framework do not always fit reality, because we deal with humans, and humans are not always rational beings. They're also made of passions and affects, and this affects their behavior. There are different definitions of fragility, but most of them centers around state capacity and institutional capacity usually. And when we say state capacity, is not necessarily just political. It is security, it's economics, it's providing the basic services to people. I tried to bring all these elements together to think of a definition that could cover all of these aspects. And probably the best one that I came up with from works of in scientific literature, and also the World Bank and the UN, is fragility is basically defined when a state or public institutions lack the capacity, the accountability, and legitimacy to mediate relations between groups of citizens within society on one hand, and relation between citizens and the state. And usually in that kind of situation, the state becomes weak and society is very vulnerable to economic, social, political shocks. And fragility usually associated with many of the ills that we see around the world in many countries. It's not only in Africa. We talk about fragility when you have chronic poverty in its multidimensional aspect. It's about hunger, it's about malnutrition, it's about displacement. And these all feed into each other. They're not necessarily consequential. It's a vicious circle that leads later on to having countries being prone to conflict, whether it is crime, terrorism, petty crimes, organized crimes, or outright organized armed conflict, as we see now more and more in some African states. So that's why fragility has very complex interlinkages between what is political institutional, what is economic, what is societal, and they do feed into each other. And of course, at the end of the day, it has both macro and mostly macroeconomic consequences because it's an issue of development. And this, you go into that vicious circle that if you don't have the institutional capacity that provides the basic services and mostly security, you cannot have development. And then if you do not have development, you cannot have that capacity for the state to perform. So I know that we have to be brief. I will try to summarize what I think are the 6 main elements of what I would call fragility in this context. The first one is usually when you have a fractured society. You have groups that are prone to oppose each other and compete instead of collaborating. And they would compete to capture the state. The state becomes a bounty, and they capture the rent that they could get from the state. So the relationship between groups in society are competitive. It's a zero-sum game. It's I win, you lose, you win, I lose. So there's no way to collaborate, to build something together. The second one, it's because of this fractured society. Citizens, as individuals, or as a group, as communities, do no longer perceive the state as legitimate. And once they don't see the state as legitimate, they do not have any reason or incentive to obey it or abide by its rules. The third one, then in that case, this feeds into another problem. The state, because it's illegitimate, cannot function properly, cannot provide the basic services and goods that citizens expect from it, but does not have the capacity to levy, for instance, taxes, to provide those services. It cannot provide the infrastructure, it cannot provide security. And this is why, between brackets, if you're familiar with Agenda 2030 and the 17 Sustainable Development Goal number 16, which is basically about institutions to create peaceful society, is a goal in itself with different objectives, but it's also the pivot around which the whole 17 SDGs are built. If you cannot achieve that goal, you won't be able to eradicate poverty, or you cannot solve other issues in society. The fourth one that derives from what comes earlier is that state capacity then becomes very low and weak, and the weaker it becomes, the higher probability of conflict. I have here to underscore the fact that we should not conflate fragile state with conflict-affected state, because you could be a fragile state, but not necessarily conflict-affected. There are many African countries that are, or other countries around the world that are very fragile, but they're still peaceful. But fragility is one of the elements that, if it's chronic and given the right circumstances or shocks or emerging crises could turn into conflict. And of course, the fifth element is that because of this incapacity of state and this institution to be inclusive and effective and represent the people, and in exchange, people do not perceive the state as legitimate, you have an issue of development. And the more the economic base is narrow, less opportunities you have for people to thrive or to realize themselves, then it becomes a problem of chronic underdevelopment and not only economic growth, because sometimes you could have economic growth but does not turn into human development. And the last thing is that because you have all these elements that are interlinked and makes this fragility chronic, any external shock or emerging crisis could plunge the country into chaos or conflict. That's what I would call uncertainty, and that's something we can discuss afterwards. And we saw what happened with COVID-19 and with the war now, that did not create the problem, it actually exacerbates the problem and shows the weakness at the institutional structural level in these states. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Director Yonas, for the interesting perspective on the behavioral dimension of communities and how it affects the social organization of the country, state institutions, of defining a bit more the fragility, the nuances in terms of legitimacy, of capacity, the relationship between the citizens and the states, the nuances again between conflict, post-conflict, the gray areas, and how does fragility factor in all of this. And definitely, I'll come back to you to tell us a bit more about how we can mitigate those factors. But before that, let me go to mon ami Gilles. Mon ami Gilles, on aurait été en Afrique de l'Ouest.
We would have been in Western Africa. I wouldn't have introduced you. We worked a lot in Dakar. It's a very, very respected voice in Western Africa. You're part of the most African think tanks in its structure, in the way you see things, in your vision, the prism that you impose to matter, the matter you manage, and your opinion is highly respected in Western Africa. So since you are here in a quite different ecosystem, yet complementary, we hope that you can help us, providing us with a more precise idea about the ecosystem of Western Africa. We have been listening to Yonas tracing the great lines of fragilities, and you're now working on an ecosystem of 16 countries, some of them, unfortunately, due to their geography and economic impediments, have serious economic challenges to meet, and you've been exposed to a number of political issues in the region, changes of powers, constitutional powers as well. So I think that your perspective on all that at a regional level could shed some light as to the topic we're dealing with today. Thank you. Thank you very much for your introduction, and thanks for putting me the pressure with these very kind words about what's going on in Western Africa, and now a think tank that I manage since Dakar. So I'd like to warmly thank the institution that welcomes us, the Policy Center for the New South, and I'd like to say how delighted I am to be in this beautiful city of Rabat and magnificent headquarters of the Policy Center. So I'd like to sincerely say that the very existence of this think tank is the very illustration of the clear illustration at the level of the authorities of the Kingdom of Morocco of the importance of knowledge, the importance of knowledge education, higher education, and research. And I think it's an example, a model to follow that many African countries still should follow and do not yet invest sufficiently in the building of know-how and fabrication of ideas. So thank you again for your invitation to take part to this discussion. And I'd like to thank Yonas, my predecessor, for having touched with the conceptual dimensions of weaknesses, putting the stress of a number of distinctions. And I'd like to say that my approach shall be less conceptual. I believe that for populations nowadays, a large part of the region of West Africa has populations that wonder sometimes about the fragility. Is it the weakness of the states? Is it vulnerabilities that are remnant? It's not the most important thing. It is that we have a problem, and it's a big one. So I will tell you about weakness, trying to decompose it into its different components. The first one is the security dimension in terms of safety of Western Africa. I think we have to remember that the beginning of the Malian crisis that has become now multidimensional gets back to 2012. So we are 10 years later. What happened in this decade? The crisis started from the north of Mali, then migrated to the center of Mali. And then there were some international interventions with military forces that settled the situations, but then there was a degradation of the situation in the center of Mali. Then there was a border between Niger and Burkina Faso that had some issues too. And 5 years ago, nobody would have imagined that Burkina Faso could so brutally be cast into a degradation of the safety situation, and 40% of its territory with practically 2 million of people displaced now. So this very much demonstrates the degradation of safety in the region. So I believe that from the very beginning, the fact of characterizing this crisis as a Sahel crisis stemmed from a quite strange vision, because you cannot separate Sahel from its immediate environment, which are the coastal countries of Western Africa. So for many years, we have said that this could extend to coastal areas, Benin, Togo, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and of course now it starts with attacks both in Togo and in Benin. And in Cote d'Ivoire, it already happened a few years ago. So we are no longer into a Sahelian crisis, but a Western African one. So I'd like to further mention, and I believe that our role is to anticipate. Western Africa is the area in which we are mostly active, but in reality, the duty of anticipating requires us to look at Central Africa too. So in the next coming years, there could be some important transitions in important countries such as Cameroon, and what will that mean for the stability of the whole bloc, not only Western Africa, but a whole chunk of the continent. So I think that we have to cast a new vision on security and on safety, and the countries directly at stake shall not maybe be the only ones that will be impacted tomorrow. So in terms of weaknesses, political institutions, I believe that it would be interesting to look at what the coups have revealed in the region in the past few years. What these coups reveal in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Guinea is that the safety situation has degraded, which gives a pretext to the military to take power. Then they do say nothing about their real ambitions, but it's a good pretext for their ambitions. But whenever there's a coup, it doesn't mean only that. In Guinea, there are no, so to speak, armed groups or terrorism, but what we have to understand is that the political context remains determining. And whenever there is a failure of the government, it creates the conditions for the acceptation of a large part of the population, a significant part of this population, that will be accepting this coup. And at the beginning, people will applaud those that carry out these coups. So it reveals the lack of confidence and the disillusion of the population with respect to the governing authorities, even if the heads of states have been democratically elected, like it was the case of the last president in Guinea. But with regard to weaknesses, we also have to look at the economic sphere. When I look at images of villages attacked in Mali or in Burkina Faso, beyond the way in which they burned the houses, I see that these haven't changed for 30, 40, 50 years, whereas in the capital there's been some progress. But it shows the scope of inequalities between rural areas that are marginalized. The state was not present there. They practically did nothing, and the very deep security issues and safety issues are related to the failure of political powers in the regions for decades, and this economic fragility means that populations have to get along with what they have, and we have like 2 million of people displaced. They used to be farmers. They no longer have access to their fields. They no longer have any assets, and they are totally depending on international or national subsidies. And I will end up by talking about educational weakness. This could be quite far away from our discussion on weakness, but I believe that this discussion means that we need to draw the nexus between the present and the future, and how to build the link between the present and the future. When we look at this weak behavior, the behavior of political powers, of civilians, populations, the question is fundamentally, what would we have had if we had a real political, educational policy, educational policy, if we had some educated people respecting the public good, respecting institutions and civilian behavior. I believe that we also have a problem connected to new technologies and social networks. It's interesting to see what's going on with the social media. Influencers sometimes have tens of thousands of people following them in the region, but eventually they are much more influential than people of moderation and those who are in power sometimes. So this is a big problem, because we have to build on what's existing, on the grounds of what we have in terms of governance, in terms of what we have in terms of weaknesses of the states, capacities, and also what we have in terms of human resources, because some people have not been trained. So we need to now project ourselves into the future and sometimes rethink political institutions in order to cope with these different challenges and the uncertainties that are underlying in this topic of the conference. Thank you.
Main components, the impacts of fragility from a political point of view, from an economic point of view, and from education perspective. I particularly, your historic account of what has gone into this part of the world and how it has bring and interacted with the fragility in general coming from North Mali, with a lot of different forces working towards it, from G5 Sahel, from MINUSMA, from forces from Barkhane French, just bringing it to Liptako Gourma and then down to the coastal area. It was all predictable. But then something didn't add up at that time. The political opening, the coup, and what they mean, and how we could read them in view of the politics in the region, the failure of politics, to quote your own narrative, the marginalization of the countries, the governance, and I would say the bad governance probably in some of these areas, and how education opens this opportunity is also something that we can dig a bit as a follow-up after. I have also noted that you've talked about a perspective in the future that I probably would like to hear more about it, but not before giving the floor to my friend Fadel. Fadel, tu es le plus jeune président.
You're the youngest president of political party in Burkina. And you were in Burkina Faso during the toughest years. You were also a member of the Parliamentary Commission in a country that was practically at war. And when I met you at the beginning, you were the spokesperson of the International Community for Human Rights. You had a very high position within the ministry. And I believe that this is something that is enshrined within what we understand as, we said about fragility. Jill was sketching up a landscape of Western Africa. It's a hot spot, of course, Sahel. Could you maybe say something about Burkina? I know that in terms of politics, you can say whatever you want or tackle the topics that you would like, but the floor is yours, my friend. Dear friend, Badr Edin, I would like to first thank you for giving me the floor and thank the Policy Center for this opportunity. They are giving us by letting us express ourselves about this very important topic, which is the issue of security or safety in terms of uncertainty. And a question that I find extremely personal, because it's a very vast topic that it would be interesting to develop it maybe in a more in-depth manner and make more elaborate proposals on those grounds. When we look into this topic, we come across the question of uncertainty. And I would say uncertainty is the very questioning of our certainty, very simply put. Since the issue of terrorism, the widespread terror that we have witnessed in the Middle East, in Africa, that has become a global phenomenon nowadays. And the very issue of COVID, which was an unknown, that came to jeopardize and put in question international exchanges. Now the recent Ukrainian crisis, the issue of access to water and to food, which now have become triggering elements of a central geopolitical issue. All this leads us to raise the question of the position of Africa. What do we intend to do in Africa in this situation? What do African intellectuals think of the perspectives that they have when we say that this is a change of paradigms, whether powers are pushing on in one way or in another? It is clear that this is a global change and a new world order that has appeared. Now, what is the role of Africa within all that? And this leads me to my second topic of the day, that deals with the fragility of the states. And this very concept, as my dear friend Yonas mentioned it, it is a concept one size fits all. When we talk about weakness, there is no state that has no weaknesses. This is my conception of things. No states are 100% strong. Even the United States are weak. The proof is that there was the issue of the democratic crisis under Trump, and now we do have the Ukrainian crisis, and again the case of Greece with the economic crisis, etc. Just to tell you that the matter of weakness is a matter of mechanisms. It is a problem of absence of mechanism, of well-thought rules, consensual rules, and capacity to cope with some kinds of situations. In the precise case of Africa, I'd like to say that African countries need to find out whether they have the necessary capacities, skills, and assets to seize this opportunity of writing this new world order. And joining, also following this new legislative aspect. But until we reach this point, it is very important that we carry out clear diagnosis. The time that we have now at hand does not allow for getting into the details of this diagnosis. But I'd like to say that at the outset, there is a matter of vision. States that find themselves in a situation of weakness in Africa come across the writing of a vision. They have to determine an enlightened vision defined by the current leaders of the moment, and this vision goes from the safety, food security vision, development, global development vision, and all this involves that we have genuine leadership, which shall steer thoughts around development, but not only about the exercise and action of power, but it also should look into the democratic aspects. In Africa, we are used to conceiving democracy as rules coming from the Western world. It is a sort of a copy-pasting exercise of democratic rules coming from the Western world. Unfortunately, crises that have happened after elections have demonstrated that there is a reason to wonder about what we understand by democracy. Why do some states, such as the one our friend Wati comes from, why are there two successive coups after elections? We need to wonder about that as well. Isn't it a matter of accountability of the stakeholders and of elections, the electoral process? We do not take into consideration the rate of abstentions of voters. So we need to look at these things and also need to understand how this reliability is perceived internationally. And then comes a popular deception that is generated and gives the necessary pretext to some groups to carry out their coups. That's for sure. There's also the kind of speech that these people pronounce. Do African leaders speak and speak the minds and the needs of the populations?
We are used to say that politics is the art of lying, but I would rather say that politics is giving hope and upholding one's commitments. If there are no commitments being upheld, well, I don't think that populations are as naive as that. And so this creates a real crisis of trust between the political institutions and the state and the population. And when there is such a crisis, this paves the way for all sorts of unknowns. If we take a look at the case of the representation, because democracy is the representation of the different components of the population, are we mindful in the different democracies, in particular the countries that are conducive, or where there is that are more conducive to terrorism? Well, is there this ethnic representation? I mean, there are states that are created in labs that don't necessarily take into account the cultural, the socio-cultural aspect and the ethnic aspects. And this is why we end up with states that are not nation states. And given that we end up in these types of situations, so how do we go about making sure that each citizen feels that they truly belong to a state, that they have a real national identity? For instance, does a Moroccan from the north, a Moroccan from the south, and a Moroccan from the center, do they all feel Moroccan? And a Burkinabe from the north or the south, they need to feel that they're from Burkina Faso. That is a core issue that is important to address, and whether it is to ensure that no ideology, no religion, no whatnot, no can impact a state if there is no cracks to fall into.
it's when there are these divides, when there is this misunderstanding, when there's resentment, or when there is frustration that is held for a long time. This is what results in an explosion and an expression of this frustration, and this frustration or this expression can sometimes be expressed in a violent form, or sometimes it can be heightened and you can even reach the levels of terrorism, and which results in what we can note today, which is the loss of territories, the loss of control of certain areas, which is assimilated to, sadly, an ethnic group and a specific community. This is why, from the outset, I spoke about representation at the legislative level. And if the different components don't take on this role of actually taking leadership, of actually dividing and distributing the resources that are generated by the states, well, I'm afraid that they won't feel involved in the management of the state. And I'm afraid that the identity that we are trying to build in the state will be questioned. And I believe that that's sadly the case of sub-Saharan Africa, in the Sahel more particularly, where we have recently been witnessing the unfolding of this this form of terrorism. I'd also like to add that Africa, and I do not wish to end it on a negative note, but Africa is a power that is ignoring itself, that does not realize its full potential, and Africa has all of the ingredients to succeed. Africa has the youngest population in the world. It is one of the wealthiest continents as far as natural resources go and raw materials, and it also has the critical mass in terms of intelligence for its transformation that needs to unfold, whether there's economic or technological or whatnot. And Africa has an incredible youth that, I mean, with the globalization and social media, has access to, media information that really can tackle these challenges. But we need to believe in Africa, and we need to believe in this superpower that Africa is and can be.
For those very brilliant perspectives. First, initially, to introduce the element of change. We do have this tendency of thinking the future with elements of the past. And if history has been any guide, this is just one component of the reality. What you have said is that the post-COVID has produced some change that we need to think about. That the change in world order, I'm sitting in Libya where I'm seeing the differences hitting the new world order at a very different pace and tempo than it used to be. So that changed world order, how is it factored for Africa and for the app? And I do thank you for the positive notes. This is very encouraging to continue explore the discussions. One of the points that I have taken from you is that there's this element of ownership, domestication, that the concepts are good where they're born. The concepts are good to be translated, but they should also be context-specific to where a society and community lives to make sense and to be relevant. This African solution to African problems does make sense with the full help of the partnership, of course, but with the lenses that would be relevant to the problem that we face, and they're not necessarily seen in the same way in other parts of the world. you have also talked about the challenges and whether there's a capacity to look at those challenges and deal with them. And this is maybe where we're gonna do a very quick round with the colleagues, but I'm gonna ask them to keep it a bit short because this is very specific questions. But I'm building on what Fadel has said. Coming back to your first intervention, and you were talking about how the state of fragility is affected by the elements of uncertainty, and I'm particularly interested to know how can this be mitigated?
Well, I'll give two examples about how I understand uncertainty. Of course, element of surprise, emerging crises. Let's take, for instance, the pandemic, COVID-19. For me, the way I understand it, COVID-19 did not create something out of the blue. It just merely exacerbated the weaknesses that were already there. It unveiled the structural weaknesses of most countries. I think there is an issue now, I think it started basically since the end of the Cold War, where there's a receding role of the state and public institutions. In developed countries, it's mostly an attack by privatization, a private sector, and profit-based vision of society, where basically everything is resources, everything should be looked at and used and exploited for profit, which is completely different from the concept of a state and public institution that is there to provide a service, not a commodity. So the commodification of the everything, to the extent that we probably commodify human beings now. That's all has been unveiled all of a sudden by COVID-19, whereby we realized we didn't have enough hospital beds because the way you manage hospital is the way a profit-based entrepreneur would do it, so, which is not the role of a public institution or a state. So COVID is an example of a crisis that is unforeseen, but could have been planned for, because we cannot live in a world that you can control everything and know everything in advance. We should know that by now. The second one is now what we see as a change in or shift in world order with the Russia-Ukraine war. And what is important for me in this case, because we still don't know where the world is heading, but we know that an old order is dying and something else is now being formed. We don't know how long it will take, what price we will be paying for that. But what is important for me in the African context is if we missed playing a major role in the construction of this dying global world order when it was created in post-war, Second World War, most of the African countries were still under colonization. So they could not play that role to construct that world order. So in a way, maybe this crisis is also an opportunity for African countries, provided that are able and have the vision to own their agency. And that's for me very important. It's either you are playing a role in constructing this new world and you have a place at the table, or you're not. And here I remember something that a friend of mine when I was in Burundi told me, that apparently there is a say they have, maybe in Burundi or in the region, where he told me, if you're not seated at the table, you are necessarily on the menu. And so if Africa doesn't want to be on the menu, it's high time it sits on the table. And I think, I mean, even the word crisis, the etymology of the word crisis in Greek is decision, is turning point. So it's not only a bad thing that we undergo in this crisis around the world and we don't know where the world is heading, but it's probably an opportunity for Africa to take control of its destiny and try to navigate itself by itself. There are things that our colleagues here said about the state. I think one of the problems of the state in Africa comes from the genesis of state formation, modern state formation. First of all, the modern state in Africa, and most former colonies came forced upon local societies. It was not an organic development like it happened in Europe before. So basically, it came in the form of a cannon or a barrel of a gun. That's how modern state was imposed, the way it was structured. And in a certain case, actually, I would argue that in most cases, the local population in their relationship with the master then were racialized, where race was used to govern the relationship between the colonized and the colonizer. And ethnicity that, unfortunately, we still use today has been used as a second level to manage relationship between the subjects themselves. So when the post-colonial order and independence came, race was removed, but ethnicity stayed. And unfortunately, we produced a politicized version of ethnicity in the way we deal with society and state relationship. That's why instead of ethnicity being societal wealth, it has become a burden and a problem. So for me, it's about agency, it's about a vision, and it's about probably rethinking the social contract in most of these African societies, because I don't think we ever had really an agreement on what type of states we wanted, what type of social contracts, and it's high time we have that. And this should not come through violence. It should come, for instance, through social dialogues, through let's rethink the state. Let's have maybe constituent assemblies and rebuild something new. We don't have to repeat the mistakes of the past or just keep doing exactly what we inherited from the colonial experience. And at the end of the day, we should perceive the state as the framework, as the overarching frame that includes everyone. And what comes beneath it is power, it's government. And these are things that change because power in society do change. But the state, which represents everyone, should never be touched. That's the common collective good that we all have to cherish and defend. Everything below it can change and can have other alternative. And until now, unfortunately, in most African states, we conflate both. That's why as soon as you change the power structure, the state collapses. Thank you.
Thank you, Yonas, for advancing those ideas on some of the tools to mitigate this absence that you have qualified of not being around the table. And that includes vision, that includes planning, that includes methodology, that includes also taking the time to take stock, to have the lessons learned, to learn from mistakes, to build on strengths. It's an enormous approach if you want to mitigate it in its holistic nature. I mean, the idea of being probably the most expensive item in the menu, but to be just a tool for its own satisfaction, somebody else's satisfaction, is something that should be probably more advertised to incentivize the need to not to not repeat the centuries errors that have led to many of those state failures that we have in Africa. Thank you. With that said, je vais revenir vers Gilles, qui avait donné tout à l'heure aussi un peu l'espoir de donner.
This being said, I will be back now to Gilles with the hope, I don't know, in the prognosis or prognostics, I don't know how you see that idea, but in the meantime, you heard what Fadel said, these constituents, and he's also challenged the profound element too in the construction of the states and the nations. He's also talking about the social cohesion, reconciliation, the distribution of power and wealth. The concepts and principles that are fundamental to building something else. And you also said, you have been saying that on the 5 years to come, you have been anticipating on as to how things are now moving, and I would like to hear you on this, but albeit a little more briefly this time around on this prognosis. And your microphone, sir. Thank you very much. Certes, briefly, still 2 points I'd like to talk. A point in reaction to what has been said pertaining to the democratic question on the question of the state. Since I think that it is useful conceptually to distinguish the question of legitimacy, political legitimacy of governance, the President of the Assembly, etc., and the question of the state's capacity to act. Because I think what we are observing are major problems on the two questions. We can have, and we in fact have, the world over examples of not fully democratic regimes, but which have structured states and which produce public policies, security, produce economic and social well-beings, indeed with a certain number of limits and risks on the sustainability of such models of regimes, authoritarian regimes. But I think that there is a distinction to be made between the avenue of democracy or the democracy that we would like to have for our region, which is based on our values, but also based on what we want to make of our societies. Because on the discussion on the continent and the question of democracy, we've been talking about it a lot, and it has to be adapted to our society. The question is whether we want to adapt them to political practices, to our societies as they are today, or do we have to think our political institutions, democracies, based on a projection for the future. Of course, my point of view is that we have to be future-oriented and so thinking. I think the question of the capacity of the states is central. And by example, I will give the following information. I was associated to work on the future of Sahel. When we see a figure on the civil servants, the number of public servants in a country like Mali is 6 states agents for 1,000 inhabitants versus 70 agents in the United States and 90 in France. But when we compare to North African countries, the ratio is a factor of 10 between in countries like Algeria and Sahara. In terms of public servants, we have some observation in terms of public income per capita. When we project the population of these countries, even if we double the capacities of the state, to the best we will maintain the situation unchanged. So there is a real question on what are the real options today to reform, to build states which are capable of responding to needs whilst having limits that are not going to radically change over the next years, if not the next decades. I think this is an extremely important question. The second point pertaining to uncertainties. As I was saying, I didn't say I'm going to give prospects or perspectives. This is what I was saying. We have never been in such uncertain situation as we are today. In a 6 months time from now, in Mali, no one knows what may happen. While we were talking about a horizon of 2 years, we can say the same thing about Burkina Faso and Guinea, because we are in situations of transition, extremely fragile conditions. We can have countries that will have to go through coups and others who may not go through coup d'etats. I think the states, and there's also the archipelago of Cape Verde that seems to me the most distant from fragility. Even states that we think very stable can very quickly go in instability in the years to come. And that, I think, is a major uncertainty point. And the last point is the international uncertainty and geopolitical situation, which make the situation more complex. The strategic alliances that are being made in Mali with Russia, and what that entails in terms of reaction of other partners, what that also means in terms of Western Africa and ECOWAS capacity to have a doctrine and a capacity to have collaborating states, knowing that some countries make strategic alliance choices that are dramatically opposed to others, and this also fragilizes and makes brittle the construction of this organization, which is ECOWAS, which is quasi-disappeared over the last years. Sorry. Thank you, Gilles. I'm going to continue the French for the first point. It's difficult for me to translate. The figures are stubborn. Figures are stubborn, and it's going to be a reflection on these figures to be able to really draw a prognosis that can help in decision making. You also have said that the challenge is enormous, but it is also being well understood, surrounded that the alliances are now, which are now being made in an ever-moving and changing order that we have known for the last 3 decades. This is now fundamentally changing, and hence it has to be really well pondered on to be future-oriented. Fadel, I don't know whether you prefer to take the floor again, or do we give you pre-session on the questions? You see, sir, since we have only 10 minutes, we're going to cater for some questions, and we're going to allow you to take the floor first after that.
The lady over there was the first.
Bonjour à tous, merci.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for these intervention. I am Jerome de Sankis, Rabat Sciences Po school professor. I think this is a remark which will be leading to a question: are we not today abusing of your failed state, fragile states in Africa? Are we not using it or abusing it, even from a scientific standpoint? The concept that has been developed at the end of the 19th, including, of course, by William Zarkman, have made it possible to develop the idea whereby on a continent we are finding recurrent, systematic cases of fragility and failure of the state. Now then, when we normatively set up this idea from a prescriptive standpoint, are we not confiscating, depriving the African state into imprisoning them into a failure narrative, whereby we say that the states in Africa are being condemned because of the same problems again and again? Is it not counter-performing for the future of Africa to always again and again play on the idea that there is a fragility and a failure? Whereas we know that Africa is going to be more and more an urban dwelling population. Urbanization means getting closer to the public service decision-making process. In 2037, 1 out of 2 Africans will be living in the city. In 2040, we think that the urban population will exceed that of China. Hence, de facto will need to have much more need of state. The state is going to be at the very core and heart of the social contracts you've talked about. Is it not that finally is for more state in order to avoid in the narrative of international aid to development the idea that we have to go supra-states, above the states, on local projects, play more on the civil society by saying, of course, the state is a predator, let it alone, and let's invest in the civil society organization. But in long-term, Africa, after the fashion of any regions the world over, needs political structures that are being organized. When's my question? Is it finally at a time when we are now in too liberal discourse, more direct aid to population, less state? Should we not need more state in Africa? Indeed, with new definitions that would be coming out from populations of Africa, if not into African countries. I think we're going to be catering also for small other questions before we. Madam. Yes, madam. Oui.
I think it was a great panel. Thank you for tackling the root causes of fragility, broken social contracts, failed institutions, all that. So we know what governments should do. But I haven't heard about the role of the private sector. I've been in the ground in fragile states. I've seen big companies on the ground. They have a shared and common interest in the stability of the countries. You know that terrorism will affect their work. So what is the role of the private sector? Thank you.
Bonjour.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank you for the I'm Kuma Omar, doctor researcher in Tangier, if heard well, and the researcher associated to Boutros Ghali for the maintenance of peace. My question is related to the word by Mr. Gilles. When you have said, by saying that the crisis in the Sahel went from a Sahel crisis to a West African crisis, I would like to ask whether at the outset we have not been confusing this very conception of this crisis. Should we not see this crisis as one, or perceive it as one, that is affecting what I would call the west, the major African west part, from the north to the south of this part of Africa. And I would say the proposition that was made with the no action process, maybe try and really account for this inclusivity. Now, my question, this design, which is being perceived as a West African or Saharan crisis, does not skew or bias the conceptual framework, but also the actions to be undertaken. If we do not associate thereto verily the North African part. Thank you. One very last question, maybe. If I may. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Basu, Senior Fellow of the Policy Center for the New South. Talking about fragility. Fragility, in other words, it's a pre-failure or bankruptcy, quote unquote, phase. Now, some states, these fragile states we're talking about, are they not victims of their centrality? Geographic centrality, whereby everything occurs and happens in the capital, and the development only bears on a certain part in and around the capital. And centrality also political in nature, because these are regimes that are presidential regimes. Of course, the president is doing it all, is this centrality, both political and geographic, is it not a cause or an etiology of fragility, if not a failure of the state, which most of the time is lacking state, I mean, when it comes to its functional legitimacy? Merci.
It looks like we have 5 minutes, but I'm bad in math, so it's going to be 2 minutes each. To begin with Fadel, and then Gilles will take the floor, and then Yonas will wrap up. Fadel.
Ok, merci bien. Badruddin. I'm going maybe to bounce back on the first question, that is to say, talking about the professor's invention. I would say that in these two questions there is already an answer. The answer is enshrined in the question. Let me say that the centralization of power, you use the word centrality, I'm saying the centralization of power is a very ticklish, very sensitive, and if not complex question according to societies. We have to also factor in that very aspect as a function of countries and the realities of such countries, whence the adaptability, necessity of the concept of democracy, without really falling prey to the enlightened dictatorship concept. Because sometimes we like to say that XYZ power is authoritarian, and that rightly so, we reach development and security still, but we challenge and we put into question the reality and the participation of the population. This is a fundamental question. Now, when I talk about the population's participation, if we want to really curb and stop the fragility question, we have to account for the opinions of all communities. We need to find the necessary mechanism for decentralization and to allow everyone to participate in the decision-making process. Coming back to the question of, or pertaining to, the strengthening of the idea of a state. This is a reality, which is a fundamental reality. The very fact of strengthening, buttressing the institution is fundamental if we really want to have the resources and the mechanisms necessary to face the different crises that may crop up, but also in the perspective of really projecting ourselves in the future. I would say that we have, for quite a long time, remained in the infantilization of the African intelligence here. We have, of course, emeritus researchers, researcher emerituses, and also intellectuals, and who can set up and implement mechanisms that will allow us again to really grasp and tap into the opportunity that's now being offered to us to really be a member of, to be more given pride of place among the nations. Gilles, quickly if possible, in 2 minutes, if I may, it's going to be difficult. First, I think a reaction to what has been said. I am really very happy to have heard you say that this is my opinion on the states and the strategy of course, the circumvention of the states since the structural adjustment policies and by other actors, and it has already weakened some states that were in a stage of history building, and the sanitary crisis has shown the effect or the magnitude at which the states were already fragile. I don't know how in Europe it has been the case, and the Ukraine crisis, of course, have shown how much we need the state to protect and to make decisions. Now, the problem are the figures that I gave you a moment ago. How do we see to it to have strong, structured states in a context which is that of today with strong limits and restrictions and financial resources that are really scarce? So we need to have fragile states that are efficient but not that hefty, and I think this is a challenge for the reflexive thinking. The second point has to do with the private sector's role. I think the only response that I can give is that we need the fact that we have to associate them in the discussion on all topics, including those of peace and security, rather than having often meetings of experts in camera, but rather we should associate in everyone the youth in the field of technology in countries just like Nigeria. In all countries, you have also very brilliant minds that are never sought after, who may have idea, who may come out of the trodden paths. Now, the third point of the Sahel, I fully concur. From the very beginning, there was a problem. I personally have said that I reckoned on the G5 Sahel, not only the weakening of the ECOWAS, and that we could have had much lighter formula to focus on the capacity building of the national armies rather than creating an institution. I think the nexus through the drug trafficking was well known. There are the coastal countries, in North Africa, West Africa, and Latin America, and hence, of course, these links and bonds existed quite a long time. Now, the last point on the centrality of states, I fully concur with this view on this point. We do have proposals. We don't have to really develop them or sketch them out, but suffice it to say that we need to reckon of the existing situation. We cannot really oust the presidential regime, but we can reduce the concentration of powers, filtering, of course, the activities. Sorry, 2 microphones are open at the same time. We could hear someone else speak. Sorry, to change the centrality of powers. Thank you, Jill.
I think the private sector has its role, but should not have the role. Its citizens are economic actors, so it's only fair that they should be consulted and have their opinion in the way you build the state, manage the state. But it should never be above the state or the public sector. The public sector is the leading actor, and especially in what I call strategic fields, education, energy, health. That should not be given to any profit-based institution. So it could help, but it could never replace the state. And in the history of development, there is no developed country whatsoever that developed with the private sector. It always developed with the state, the public sector, whether it's the United States, Germany, Japan, England, and then afterward the private sector comes in. I think one of the problems we have today in the developed world is that the private sector has taken over the state. So we need more state. Et là, je suis d'accord avec ce que vous avez dit.
Here, I concur with what you said. We need more state. Less state was a liberal idea that has really ransacked several countries and caused havoc, less state would be. If not, is already in a catastrophe. One very last terms on the centrality. We have to come out from this center and periphery, limited radius, be it nationally, internationally. We should not be in the periphery, whoever. And local democracy is therefore paramount. On the democratic question, I think it is time, high time, we rethought democracy, at least from the prism, very important prism. There has been a historic displacement from the democratic legitimacy of the legislative powers to the executive powers. The power must remain and rest in the hands of legis rather than executive. And on the contrary, this happened the world over, unfortunately, and one can see the results of that.
For generously sharing your ideas. Yeah. Thank you to the audience for the presence, for the kind attention, and for the kind interaction. And thank you so much also for the Policy Center of New South for the opportunity to discuss this. Have a good one. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session will begin now. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin with the last session of the conference, Report Discussion Annual Report on Africa's Geopolitics. The Policy Center for the New South is launching the 5th edition of the Annual Report of Africa's Geopolitics. This new edition will focus on the continent's socio-political and security situation in 2021. This year's retrospective work on Africa aims not only to recount last year's highlights, but also to detect trends and weak signals. Through diverse analyses, the aim is also to forecast future developments on the continent. This session will include a keynote address and a panel. For the panel, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chair, Nchimunya Hamukoma, head, Funder Partnerships and Strategic Projects, Harambee Youth Employment Accelerator. And the speakers, Lassina Diarra, researcher and consultant, Center for Strategies and Security for the Sahel Sahara. And Sa Benjamin Traoré, professor of law, Faculty of Governance, Economics and Social Sciences, Mohamed VI Polytechnic University. Nizha Alawi Mhamdi, senior fellow, Policy Center for the New South. And ladies and gentlemen, for the keynote address, please welcome Abdelhaq Basu, Senior Fellow, Policy Center for the New South.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, I know that it is very hard to focus when we speak or we need to hear the second panel of the afternoon, so I will make the effort of trying to remain concise. So, to tell you about this geopolitical report that's being presented at the occasion of the Yade Conference on Peace and Security in Africa, why do we introduce it on this occasion? The first reason is that this yearly conference on peace and security in Africa and peace in Africa are twin brothers. So this is why we deemed it interesting to present this geopolitical report on the occasion of the anniversary of its twin sister. On the other hand side, this twinning between the work and the event follows the tradition of the Policy Center for the New South, because we say one event, one work. That's what we did for the Atlantic Dialogue, which was one of the key events of the Policy Center. There was a work at the same time. During APSACO, we also have a geopolitical report. We also have been carrying out a partnership on a strategic dialogue, and on each strategic dialogue corresponds a volume, a work that bears its name. It's called Strategic Dialogue. Now, with regard to the report of this year, I believe that it will be our dear panelists who will tell you more about that. But firstly, I'd like to maybe be a little bit redundant here. Sometimes in Arabic, quotation in Arabic. Why this report? Because the reflection came from the 3 first years of the existence of this center. People would attend to many events, produce a lot of paperwork, policies, briefings, etc. But at the level of geopolitical international relationships, there were no works that would, so to speak, summarize the geopolitical events of the year. So this is what gave light to this achievement. The second point, we need to repeat it. It is the very fact to enable African authors, and on this occasion I'd like to say again that this is a work where no non-African author participated. It's a purely African work. It's an African narrative about Africa. And a third point, and we can perceive that already, it's that we still start to have this network of authors and geopolitical analysts from Africa. There are 8 to 10 nationalities, authors that get to know each other, and they start forming up a real network throughout the production of this work. For 2021, our authors decided to select in the rubric a geopolitical event, and this is the occasion to remind you that whenever we talk about geopolitics, this is a discipline that is at crossroads of international relationships, history, political sciences, security, religious matters. It's how we will, in this report, find a little bit of everything, and it will be issued around the beginning of September. There's a sort of a preview in the brochure that we have circulated, and this is not only a geopolitical analysis as such, but also provides some analysis elements for the purpose of geopolitics. Now, after 5 years of experience, we have realized that some topics start growing within the work itself. They might have been treated 4 or 5 years ago, but each year they will develop. I do not want to take more of your time. I'm going to leave the floor to our panelists, and namely our moderator. She will give you all the details, and thank you all.
And thank you so much, Mr. Vasu, for that amazing introduction to today's discussion. I think first and foremost, I'd like to say a special thank you to the Policy Center for the New South for doing this as well as you do. There are few people in the world who can bring this caliber of an audience together in the room and both online and create the context where we can have meaningful discussion. So thank you very, very much to the Policy Center for that. And as Mr. Vasu said, for today's discussion, we'll be launching the 5th edition of the Policy Center for the New South's annual report on Africa's geopolitics. And what we're going to focus on today is this idea of one of the core aims of the Policy Center, creating the space for Africans to tell their own stories. Earlier on in today's discussion, somebody said that one of the challenges of Africa is that it is a power that keeps on ignoring itself. And that challenge, I think, comes through most strongly in the stories that we tell about ourselves, the stories that the world gets to tell about us, and the stories that we continually affirm in terms of our actions and behavior. So in today's panel discussion, what we'll be focusing on is on the stories that our esteemed panelists chose to tell today, as well as why these are important stories for us to understand, and why it's so necessary for these stories to be coming from an African perspective. In today's session, we are joined by Mrs. Neza Alawi Mhandi, a senior fellow at the Policy Center for the New South, by Mr. Lassina Diarra, researcher and consultant for the Center for Strategies and Securities for the Sahel and the Sahara, and by Professor Sa Benjamin Traore, professor in law and economics at the Faculty of Governments and Economics and Social Science at the University Mohamed VI. Each of these panelists contributed to the latest edition of the report in telling stories, namely about the crisis that is currently occurring in Cabo Delgado, about issues around Islamism and violence in West Africa, and around issues of ECOWAS in the face of unconstitutional changes of government. What we hope to do is dive into those stories and hear a little bit more. But before we begin the official proceedings, I'd like to ask our panelists, starting with Mrs. Alawim Hamdi, what is one thing that you'd like the audience to know about you today? And what's one thing that you'd like them to carry in our discussion going further?
Merci, Madame la modératrice.
Thank you, dear moderator. With regard to your first question, I do not believe that there are any aspects or specific points that I'd like to unveil to this audience, but I'd like to rather ask them to dwell a few moments with me on the analysis and mostly the understanding of the situation that's going on in Cabo Delgado. It's the region in the northeast of Mozambique. And throughout this analysis and understanding, it is to avoid taking shortcuts and mostly having a short-sighted vision that could not enable us to have a good understanding of a conflict that could arise in one of our African regions. We need to dwell much more on the deep roots, on the deepest reasons that led to tensions that could later on get transformed into an armed conflict, such as it is the case in the region of Cabo Delgado. Thank you.
For that framing. And I think that's a really great place for us to start. I'd like to follow that question for Professor Traore. What's one thing that you'd like the audience to know and to hold in their minds as we have this discussion?
Well, thank you very much. So, as far as the first question is concerned, I am also thinking of what specific I would like people to know about me. I think the most important thing here regarding this report and my own contribution to it is around the powers of ECOWAS in terms of sanctioning the anti-constitutional or unconstitutional changes of government in the West African region. So we have been talking, I think, since yesterday about unconstitutional changes of government, about the crisis in the Sahel region and the role, to some extent, that ECOWAS is playing. That's exactly what I decided to chose to work on in this report, and I would be glad to discuss a few of my reflections on that topic, and also open the reflection a little bit up to the whole report. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Excellent, thank you so much. And for you, Mr. Diarra, the same question.
Thank you very much for your question. Thank you for your question. I would like people to remember from what I will tell you here, since I'm going to tell you about the report, between the religious considerations in the jihadist and terrorist movements that exist nowadays in Sahel. I have to tell you that you need to carry out an analysis in depth and not take any shortcuts. We do not want to only insist on institutional or state weaknesses or the structural shortages of states that are the essential or the precursors of these terrorist uprisings. But of course, there's also the ideological variable that is also something we need to take into consideration, because it's a key element. And the question that we need to raise is that if there are so many concentrations of forces, what explains that after so many years, a decade now, we are realizing that there's been a spreading of the geographical and environmental base of these groups? So it means that the problem is not only of the social fragility of a state or the shortages, the loopholes within the state, but also the ideological side of things, which is not the most visible one. And we need to understand that there's a sleeping temporality in this matter that we have to bear in mind.
Thank you so much, and that's such a great turn of phrase, a sleeping temporality that we need to keep in mind. Mrs. Mohamed, one of the things that you mentioned was, and you both mentioned this in your discussion now, Mr. Diarra as well, this idea of getting to the root of things, getting to the heart of what the core issues are when we're looking at security challenges and also when we're looking at stories. What's something that's not necessarily coming to the fore in the way that people are telling the story of what's happening in Cabo Delgado?
Maybe we can wonder why we could, maybe less so now, but about 2 years ago, we could have asked the question, why focus on this region of Cabo Delgado? Well, simply because, as far as I'm concerned, I was surprised, just like many others, of this eruption of phenomenon of religious extremism in a region which is southern Africa, where we had never heard of such a phenomenon in that region. So this was the first source of curiosity. And second, in all the literature that I read, there was a very quick linkage made between what would happen, what continues to happen, and violent religious extremism. It's as if the prism of violent religious extremism could justify all of the socioeconomic tensions, the resentment of the local population, and all of the violence that could arise from it. This is why I mentioned earlier of the shortcuts, the stereotypes, and it's not the first time that our continent is faced with this particular issue. For a very long time, these conflicts and tensions in our continents were portrayed or maybe were justified by this ethnicity as if it could not exist or happen in other continents. I remember a few years ago I was talking to some Belgian friends that had a hard time understanding that in Belgium too, well, between, for example, people from the Flemish and the Welsh world, that there could be this tension couldn't occur. It's as if there was this continental exclusivity. And so now with what's happening with Cabo Delgado, with the different analyses and even all of the research conducted by members of academia and researchers, well, this situation is presented as the result of religious violent extremism. Now, the complexity of the situation, and especially the entire history of what happened, whether it is in Mozambique or this region, well, results in the fact that the situation in Cabo Delgado is a lot more complex and has deeper roots than what we tend to want to portray today, that what many researchers, in fact, are trying to portray. So earlier during our discussion, I was saying that we cannot discuss African and non-African solutions, but here the point is to talk about African solutions. And if we don't set the stage and understand what happened, especially through certain milestones and dates, and also through ideas that can give us a lot more of a clearer analysis of what is happening now. In a nutshell, since 2017, in the northeast of the Republic of Mozambique, the province of Cabo Delgado is going through a major insurrection that has turned in just a few years, since 2017, into a real political and security crisis that is threatening the entire southern African region. And so this insurrection that started out in 2017, that's when the armed conflict started, but in 2015, 2016, there were already some conflicts that began with the state. But in 2017, it turned into an armed conflict who was targeting, first and foremost, the representatives of the public order, so the police, the military, etc., and that caused the displacement of more than 700,000 people, that also unfortunately caused the death of more than 3,000 people, and that obliged multinational companies that were established in the gas sector in Cabo Delgado to suspend their operations. And so since 2019, the civil population started being targeted with atrocities that were extremely serious. And so this insurrection was suspended after the intervention of the Rwandan armed forces since July 2021, and the SADC mission in August 2021. And in August 2021, symbolically, the Rwandan and Mozambique forces and the forces from Mozambique took over the city of Mosimboa da Praia, which was a symbolic action. But the slowdown of the attacks and the relative calm of the battlefield in Cabo Delgado generates three questions. So the first, it's the sustainability of this military approach. I mean, as far as the next steps go, so will this approach remain the best solution? Will it provide us with a definitive solution? Secondly, how does this insurrection in Cabo Delgado, how did it materialize, and how could it materialize in such a way as to end up jeopardizing an entire region? And thirdly, and which brings me to the last part, which I'd like to delve into a little further, which are the African solutions. And the question that I'm wondering about is, can we truly talk about realistically and pragmatically and operationally, can we talk about these African solutions to African problems? I mean, we are all familiar with this principle that's practically turned into a slogan for African countries. But as far as Cabo Delgado, can we truly talk about African solutions to these African problems? So a few milestones or dates, key dates, with facts that can also give us some more clarity. So earlier I mentioned 2017, and so this movement of insurrection is composed of young people that were tired of their marginalization, that were tired of the unemployment rate, the living conditions in their region, that formed what was called by the local population the Al-Shabaab, which translates into youth, and which turned into the movement is called El Sunnah Jamaha, and which pledged allegiance to the Islamic State, and that has started 2019, as I mentioned earlier, to commit serious acts and atrocities targeting civilians. So in parallel, the government in Mozambique, up until the spring of 2021, always considered this movement as just some misdemeanors or just young vandals. And so here, allow me to quote a text from the government as internal acts that concern the Muslim community. It is only the attack of the city of Palma in March 2021 that there was going to be an authorization of the deployment of international military on the ground, and particularly through the Rwandan forces, and then the SADC. And before, the security management was handled through the support of private-owned companies, and notably South African companies or Wagner that remained on the ground. So we might wonder, what about the African Union? It was only in January 2021, January 31st, 2021, that the Peace and Security Council of the African Union would finally address this issue formally during one of its meetings, and ended up approving retroactively the deployment of the SADC in Mozambique starting from July 15, 2021, and considering this deployment as the deployment of the standby forces, which is one of the one of the components of the African peace and security agriculture, and this was also the contribution of the Rwanda forces to Mozambique. And so after having unfolded these dates, key dates and milestones, please allow me to provide some local content to try to understand and try to set the stage for these milestones and the content. So this insurrectional movement of Al-Shabaab, which became Al-Sunnah wal-Jamha, happened in favor of the emergence of two factors. One, which was national, and the second, which was regional and inter-regional. And before addressing later on the framework or the transporter dimension of this movement, the national factor, simply the fact that this group turned into Islamist movement, because these young people that I mentioned earlier developed a mobilizing discourse that instrumentalized to their advantage the political and economic marginalization of young people. For instance, more than 41% of unemployment rate, more than 30% of the population that has no access to electricity and water, and more than 20% of the population that lives in a situation of food insecurity. So this population that is living in these conditions lives in a very rich environment. And so Cabo Delgado is very rich in natural resources. Even before the discovery of the 9th largest gas reserve in this region, they have precious timber. They have the biggest field of rubies in the world. And so it's truly a very rich region in terms of natural resources. And so this is why it is so dramatic to have such a poor population in such a rich and wealthy environment. So this is one, in fact, of the factor. This is one of the factors that, in fact, was conducive to the emergence of this discourse of this insurrectional resources. So in addition to this reality, there we have three other factors at the national level, which is a long-standing ethnic and religious rivalry in the Cabo Delgado region, which is for the most part Muslim, and we have two ethnic groups. On the one hand, there's the Mwani ethnic group, which is for the most part Muslim, and these are mostly fishermen that have trade activities on the coast and that have always voted for the most part for the opposing party, Renamo. And then there is the Makonde ethnic group, which is less substantial in numbers, that is for the most part Christian, that fought against the Portuguese colonizers, and also positioned themselves in the country's governance. And the third factor that has led to the emergence of this insurrectional discourse is the orientations of the country's political policies. And so in Mozambique in the past, well, they focused on land concessions for major international groups, but whose benefits weren't necessarily geared to the local populations. So here, this is to set the stage on the situation of Cabo Delgado, which would allow us to better understand the public resentment of the local populations, which is mainly due to the lack of impact on their living conditions, and also to the emergence and the growth of this feeling of exclusion of these populations, of what the state could actually be doing in their favor. The second point, or the second aspect, is the regional, inter-regional context. This movement also spread with the return of some Muslim preachers in the Cabo Delgado region, from Mozambique who studied abroad, who studied in universities in the Muslim world and that stayed in touch with eminent figures from the jihadi movement in Eastern Africa, notably from Kenya, Somalia, and other countries that I won't mention from the world. And so these preachers returned to their country, returned to Mozambique, and noting this resentment, this feeling, and this pauperization, which was evolving within the local populations, and also noting the lack of response from the central powers, well, they simply started establishing parallel institutions of schools, social services, benefiting the local populations, and as such, competing with the states and the traditional institutions that were practiced in the region. It was a way of defying the central powers. As I mentioned, up until this date, well, this resentment, this feeling of the local populations continued to be perceived as a purely internal issue that was specific to the local populations. And so the movement also arrived and happened in a region where there's a very strong transborder identity, and Cabo Delgado is close to the capital and is only separated from Tanzania from the Ruvuma River. So the closeness with the Muslim community in Cabo Delgado to Tanzania is not only historically present, but spiritually it is also very well confirmed, because in the past, no need to go back on the retrace history, but the road from Malindi in Kenya all the way to Cabo Delgado during the Sultanate of Oman, when Zanzibar was the capital of Oman, well, this trade route was also a spiritual route as well.
For such an engaged and such a full perspective of the story and the narratives around Cabo Delgado, I think there's so many things that you brought into perspective and that you brought into the room in terms of, whereas on the outside there might be a simplistic story that's being told, particularly in different language sources. So if you don't have access to really good Portuguese media to understand what's happening, language sources, the limited narratives outside is just, it's Islamist extremism, and that's all that there is to it. But then when you bring in the nuance of the cultural linkages, of the historic linkages, and also of the extreme poverty of the community in that context, I think that really pulls out that sometimes things aren't always what they appear. And so I'd like to turn over to you, Mr. Diarra, with your paper that focuses on Islamism and violence in West Africa, from Salafi proselytizing to armed jihad. Are the stories as they appear, or is there something deeper that we need to be taking cognizance of?
Alors, merci beaucoup. Ce dont je vais parler, ça s'appuie sur un certain nombre de travaux que nous avons réalisés au Sahel, globalement l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Récemment, j'ai coordonné une étude intitulée
I have conducted a study on the study in terrorism in Sahel, and this has allowed us to conduct surveys on such approaches. Now, what is to be noted is that in this region there is a major contribution, the hybridization of several factors and actors, so much so that we are now asking ourselves the question as to what is the typology of violence that we are facing. Is it an ethnic violence or a religious consonance violence that is advocated by extremist groups? We try and understand, and I think the literature is a little richer thereon, albeit what I have read, which summarized this security convulsion in Sahel to the social antagonisms born out of the scarcity of natural resources, and also the symbolic failure of the states and the construction, etc. Well, before that, there's also a very important element to which we don't pay much attention, which is the role played by religious actors who, at a certain period of time, under or at the behest of some powers who thought that the religion should stop operating or function as a religion, but should be an instrument of conquest. This has produced fanatic individuals in this region, so much so that it was not a work by masses, by individuals who really had a religious project that they so termed the jihadist project. So the factor talking about history, this started in 1970 up until 1990, being more precise. And here we have a Ayad Agali, a jihadist chef who is at the head of JESIM, the group of support to Muslims and Islam, which has contributed to the creation of a certain number of religious sects that were promising the extremism ideology, the violence ideology. And also I read in the document this morning the field surveys have allowed us to confirm many of these. You have after that Ahmed Kufa and Aliou Touré to mention but these, but the most important element here showing that it is difficult and inconceivable in the field of research. We try to find adequate resources that we dissociate this insurrection of terrorist insurrection from the ideological variable which is instrumentalized. I don't think so is the case. Why? Because the first terrorist in Burkina Faso, which is Sabadago Abdallah, his name was really indoctrinated and radicalized in a mosque in Niger. And when he came back to the country, he said we have to really implement terrorism on all of in all of the Burkina Faso. And of all these actors that are being called the actors of confessionalization, they are basing themselves on a certain number of levers, and whence the state's weakness, structural weakness. Let's take the case of Mali. When Mali was coming out of the Moussa Traoré's autocratic society, the Malian society did not manage to propose any credible proposal, and which left the terrain empty for some actors and players promoting a violent ideology. And when you look at these actors in Mali, you would see that you have religious actors that are much more heated, that are much more influent, and that they advocate for an ideology which is exogenous to the traditional practice that we have known up until then in the Sahel and Western Africa. I'm going to talk about Babdiko and others. Hence, it is really, these are very interesting aspects to consider. I remember we were living in a context where we had to perceive this. I know that time is of the essence. I will finish with this. We never thought that we had to really perceive this violence under the prism of criminality, common crime, transboundary, cross-border crime. But after that, I realized that we need to really talk about, think of the ideology. So I had to talk to presumed terrorists, and what they say is really telling. But we really realize the level of brainwashing, indoctrination, so much so that the terrorist and extremist violence is now taking a turn, a worse turn. Even after the Sahel, when you go to the Gulf of Guinea, I'm from Cote d'Ivoire, and I have conducted a study on behalf of Cote d'Ivoire where I explained this variable. And this is why I really, according to, sorry, I'll finish with this. I'm opposing to the results of our last research on the jihadist governance in Sahel, though I oppose to those who think that the terrorism is not narco-trafficking. I do not concur with that, for they profit, they exploit the criminal activity, but they do not really act as such. Even if we take the Benin-Burkina Faso axis, they control the passing points of such drugs and narcotics. But of course, the traffickers, of course, give them money. So this is the rite of passage, or the fees for passage. So it is an extremely complex and difficult situation, but we should not be excluding or losing sight of the input and the ideological variable of this terrorist conflict, which is now in Western Africa. Thank you
for that framing. And I think it's so important that you pulled up this idea of how important ideology is, that ideology and extremist ideology can sit alongside criminality, but that at its core, there's quite a strong ideological perspective, which is an interesting turn for us to get to this idea of your paper, Professor Traore, which looks at ECOWAS in the face of constitutional changes of government and the scope of limitations in its powers and sanctions. What's the role of legislative authorities and legislative bodies and communities of power in the context where you have both issues of criminality, you have both issues of ideological extremism, and you also have issues of youth and marginalized community really bearing the brunt of where we are in terms of our economic system? How does that play in?
Merci beaucoup. Je vois bien.
Well, thank you very much. I see that we are under pressure by time, and I will try and be as brief as possible. But I have to acknowledge that I have the advantage of all of our yesterday's discussions, and today's discussion have been, many of such discussions have borne on and centered on what is now taking place in the West African region, and to a certain extent what ECOWAS is doing in this region. When I was contacted by my colleague Basu to provide my input in this report. It was a couple of months ago when we were fundamentally, as part of the debate, as part of the controversy on the measures that had just been adopted by ECOWAS, particularly in the wake of the coups that took place in Mali, Burkina Faso, and Guinea. It seemed to me, in a purely legal reflex or reaction, that the question that was raised from a legal standpoint is to understand, to a certain extent, the powers and the prerogatives that such organization has or enjoys, this regional organization, ECOWAS, to name it, in fighting or in the reactions or in its responses to anti-constitutional government changes, UGCs. At the origin, you have to note that the ECOWAS was and is an organization that aims an economic integration between the West African states, and which for quite a long time was not concerned with political questions internal to these states. Now, through and because of the repetition and the iteration of coups and anti-constitutional change of governments, or more generally problems of governance, democratic governance in these various states, in ECOWAS, the ECOWAS has felt that it was obliged to really understand that there was necessarily a linkage between the economic integration / development and the governance-related questions from a political standpoint and democratic standpoint. So it is over time that in its architecture, I would say, textual and institutional architecture that ECOWAS has realized that it needed to fit and equip itself with a certain number of rules and institutions in order to respond to unconstitutional government changes, UGCs. There were also key movements, including the revised Treaty of ECOWAS in 1993. Likewise, in a much more important fashion, there was also the mechanism for the prevention of management and settlement of conflicts that has for the peacekeeping and security. It's quite a lengthy title that was adopted in 1999, and which also established a very clear nexus and linkage between the necessity for the member states of ECOWAS to comply with a certain number of democratic standards and in the field of human rights too. And in a much more important manner, in 2001, ECOWAS adopted its protocol pertaining to the good governance elections protocol, by the same token, which will prefigure or preceded the fundamental African Union text that was adopted later in 2007. Hence, there has been a legal framework in existence and which, in practice, allowed ECOWAS to adopt a certain number of sanctions in anti-constitutional government changes contexts. So one of the reflections that I would propose in this paper is the question of getting to know whether the measures adopted against Mali, Burkina Faso, and Guinea, these measures, rightly so, do meet with this legality-related text, and possibly, incidentally, over and above the question of legality, the question of legitimacy, which is both a legal but extra legal or judicial question, whether the question of legitimacy is being posed there from the legality standpoint. We can talk about many, I think here, but in practice, the ECOWAS has adopted a lot of measures. And in the past, ECOWAS in the past has adopted a lot of measures that are similar against situations wherein there has been UGCs. One of the things that I would like to mention in passing is the Malian case that has caused a lot of ink and saliva to be spilled. So when we see what happened in Burkina and Guinea, the responses of ECOWAS have not been exactly the same. And in the Malian case, we did consider, the opinion considered that there has been a kind of fierce control of Mali from the part of ECOWAS or harassment. I would like to recall here that the sanctions against Mali have been lifted 2 weeks ago, albeit the question remains pertinent. Now, the Malian case, what seemed to me to be concerning is the question of the proportionality of the sanctions that have been imposed. Certainly, there were legal bases whereupon I would not delve for the sake of time, but there was in earnest a problem of proportionality. When you ask about the frontiers of the state and they are closed, and the state like that of Mali, in a context where we can still remember the situation induced by COVID, is also a fragile state and which depends essentially on its neighbors. Such measures have been considered as disproportionate, non-consonant, and certainly rightly so. So this is a thinking process that I'm talking about in this very chapter/paper. Over and above all this, the question of legitimacy has also been at the origin of many a discussion, and the West African populations, as a general rule, do consider that there is a double standards from the Conference of the Heads of States and Governments of ECOWAS, which does not sanction or impose sanctions, likewise different forms of UGCs. And on this very item. The opinion, the public opinion has talked about the problem of modification, amendment of the states' constitutions by heads of states who are elected but who manipulate and adulterate the texts and enactments of the constitutions, exceeding the role of the organization. But as has been mentioned earlier, the coups, my colleague Gilles has mentioned that the coups in the context of the Sahel today have been almost applauded to and acknowledged and welcomed with a sigh of relief, as it was the case in Mali or Burkina, in view of, or with regard to the fact that the populations are living in a outright frustration in the face of the activity of the terrorists' action without, and we have heard that a lot, without ECOWAS having reacted proportionately to this security crisis. This is also a topic and an aspect that I have mentioned, and of course very varied and different points of views can be there, but this is a very important point to really shine a spotlight on. And I've also in the report talked about the role of the actors that are external or exogenous to ECOWAS, who can influence the opinion and the action of ECOWAS, and with which ECOWAS is in a necessity to coordinate their action. I would like to talk about the African Union's role. For instance, it is important to clarify the relations between the African Union and ECOWAS in managing the situations of the kind in order to avoid any cacophony. Likewise is the case for the United Nations Security Council, which, as you know, holds a certain power in the field and has enshrined in its agenda the situation in the Sahel. But in a more important manner, to finish with this, the role of some classical stakeholders or players, just like the European Union or states just like that, France, deserves to be mentioned in this context, insofar as there has been quite a lot of accusations of manipulations of ECOWAS by France in the very case in point in the sanctions that were imposed on Mali. I will stop here, and now maybe I have been a little been a little longer than I wanted at the beginning. I will stop here, and if and when there are any questions, we can cater for them now, here, or in another meeting. Thank you
much for that intervention. And I think what's coming out so clearly in all of these discussions is that, like, when they are disgruntled populations with real issues, the way that these play out can often be ideological, they can be criminal, and they can also sometimes not necessarily be contained by the legal structures that we have in place at the time. I'd like to open the floor for some questions. So if there's anybody who'd like any questions, please put your hand up, or please, if you're online, put it in the chat. Yes, sir? Could the mic please come to the front?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very direct. Two small questions. The first having to do with the situation in Mozambique. Madam, dear Professor, is there a link or nexus between the insurrection of instrumentalism in the north, or to the north of Mozambique, and the discovery of the gas fields? Has that been done on purpose? The second question has to do with the situation in the region called the Three Frontiers, Lake Takagurma, and what is the role of ECOWAS? The forces stationed there have not shown their efficiency, just like the Burask, Barakhan, G5 Sahel operations. All such forces, do you think, should be changed and give legitimacy to those who come from Russia? Wagner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A question over here?
Bonjour à tout le monde. Merci aux intervenants. C'est Abdou Cissé, journaliste à APA News. Bon, la question, elle va à Madame... voilà, la chercheure de Policy Center. Moi, ma question, je vais axer la question sur la dernière évolution du groupe des Shabab. Dans votre présentation, vous avez un peu fait la genèse du groupe, mais en mai dernier, le groupe qui était rattaché quand même à la province de l'État islamique en Afrique australe ou centrale a été un peu détaché et érigé maintenant en province entière. Donc ça veut dire qu'il y a une nouvelle évolution. La question c'est, où allons-nous maintenant avec cette nouvelle évolution d'un groupe qui était sous l'autorité de la RDC et maintenant qui est devenu une province à part entière de l'État islamique, entre guillemets. Merci.
Thank you so much. Are there any further questions? I see one in the middle. And then we'll come over to the other side.
Okay, je remercie voilà, les...
Thank the different speakers and panelists. My question is in the same vein or in the wake of the question that I raised earlier with respect to the response given to the crisis in the Sahel or in the region. I'd like and ask simply whether the response that was given to this crisis hitherto is not a logic, which is not that which is on the field. Let me make myself better understood. In other words, the responses given are grounded on or based on our own conception of modern state, the respect of frontiers or borders or the strict distribution of regions in Africa, whereas the actors, and I'm referring here to the terrorists or the tribes in this region, whereas they do not obey to this logic and act according thereto. So they move from one to another frontier. They hail from North Africa, from Western Africa. If not, also they go to Chad, or they hail from Chad. So the logic to which these actors obey is not the same logic to which the states and the elections obey. Should it not be? And I'm asking important to really revisit this point, and this is why I asked this morning, is it not important that the North Africa, West Africa, and one part of Central Africa, that they devise this likewise, because it's a security-related complex. In other words, that they have to consider that there is an interdependency, absolute interdependency, to be able to really, for them to respond to this crisis that we consider hitherto as being a Sahel-placed crisis.
Before we come back to the panelists.
Thank you so much. Very much enjoyed the discussion and look forward to reading the paper by Professor Benjamin Traore. So my question is, and you talked about the 2001 protocol of ECOWAS. And there, following the Accra Declaration and the Malabo Summit, there has been a recognition by member states that we need to review some of these protocols and also look at constitutional interference, extension of term limits. So my question to you is, how can we address these normative gaps, whether it's the Loma Declaration, AGA, the protocol, for it to be applied consistently, especially as we're seeing that in the case of Chad, there was no sanctions applied, yet in Mali there was. So how do we review these normative frameworks to be more effective and specifically consistent in its application?
Thank you so much. Okay. Are there any further questions? One last question there in the corner. And we'll be doing a closing round of questions and comments at the finish. Okay, maybe a second last question over there. Yes, please.
My turn? Thank you. Je voudrais faire un petit commentaire.
I'd like to make a small comment. This is for my friend Traore. This is about the question of the relationship between the African Union and the Economic Regional Commissions. let's have a look at the performances and what's being done in terms of peace and security, both on behalf of the African Union and the regional commissions. And maybe will we be tempted to conclude that we should not overflow the regional economic commissions, granting them peace and security. These economic regional commissions, as their name indicates, should take care of integration in terms of the economy. They are being asked to take care of peace and security, and we ended up killing none of those two birds. So the relationship with the African Union is a very ambiguous one. There's a temptation from the African Union to get a hold of the regional economic commissions, and on the other hand side, there's a search for independence. This is the least that I can say of autonomy of these regional commissions. So there's an added value that was demonstrated by some of the economic regional commissions, such as ECOWAS, to which you dedicated this study. So consequently, we might have given more means to these regional economic commissions so that they could behave as actors in terms of international economic policy, and no rivalry should have been kept, because it translates into the solicitation of donors. There's no complementarity. The African Union is going to search for donations with the European Union, but I think we should think about a restructuration of the very peace and security system, in the sense of a simplification and no complexification, in order to make them more efficient, even if we need to be a little more restrictive in terms of the management and treatment of some situations.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. My intervention will be very short because I know that we are running short of time. I wanted to say a few words because I'm a contributor to this geopolitical report on Africa. So maybe I will start by thanking the Policy Center. It's always with a great emotion that I come here. I came here for the first time in 2019, and I haven't left Morocco since then. Don't ask me how and why, but anyways, it's a great initiative. Now, with regard to the reactions of Mrs. Alawi and my dear friend Lassina, I think that you have touched on a very important aspect, because it highlights the need to connect studies on violent extremism and terrorism with the studies that are done on political violence. I think that under a methodological standpoint, there's a connection that's been made between both these disciplines, and we still haven't benefited really from a very long tradition of studies about political violence, with approaches that could, for example, cast the light on the opportunity structure or approach, or approaches that are focusing on the stakeholders, the actors, the strategic approach, etc. But the advantage is that this can nurture these reflections, and I noted in your intervention that it enables this holistic dimension that makes that we do not look at conflicts under the wrong prism. If you find one single reason for a conflict, it's because you don't know the real reason for that conflict. So it's very important that we reconnect with these holistic approaches that will enable us to really understand the multiplicity and complexity of the factors triggering violence in politics and include terrorism. And this should enable us to situate ourselves at the crossroads where the means of violence and the reasons for violence coincide, because any action of political violence, in fact, can be summarized to this equation. Thank you again for your attention. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I would like to start off with you, Mr. Diarra, to give us a comment and to answer the last question, which I have as my prerogative, which is, what's the story that you want us to tell after this intervention and after this discussion? So if you could respond to some of the questions that were asked of you and give us what's the story that you'd like to leave us with.
Alors, merci beaucoup.
Thank you. I'd like to start with the question of our friend for what regards mutualization of the territories. That is to say that we consider that insurrection in the territories in Sahel is not perceived as the very own of Sahel, but it's something that is more global, including Maghreb and Western Africa in general. So it's something that encompasses more, but I think it's not very well structured yet. There's something that has really crossed my mind, and I think it's extremely important. Morocco has been doing something very important with regard to the training of imams, Murshidit and Morshidats here. It's something extremely important, and I'd like to call everyone to be mobilized around this Moroccan project, training imams in order to have a religious speech that is not going to be extremist, because I know that some imams are being trained here in Morocco. When you listen to these imams, you should send all the imams of Côte d'Ivoire to Morocco to be trained, because it's something very important that we should do. And with regard to the training of armed forces, I believe that there are also some trainings given in Morocco. So maybe we should move on to a better structuration, a better organization, and it would be extremely virtuous. With regard to the G5 Sahel issue, I'd like to quickly explain that. There is a zone we have to bear in mind. It's at the general headquarters of AGS in the Great Sahara. I believe that there's been a sort of a bankrupt of the G5 Sahel as to the securitization of this area, because at the post-summit in France, it was asked to the French President Macron to intensify the actions in this area in order to get rid of jihadists. But I believe that under that standpoint, in the chain of command from the IGS to the Islamic State, the 7 were eliminated, and yet it created a problem of reorganization of this terrorist entity. And it was an important point that we should highlight. But the solution cannot come only from elsewhere. It must be an endogenous solution. We need to look for our endogenous solutions in Africa to respond to these problems, because if we do not do that, something that's going to happen again and again and last extremely long, and it will be a long-lasting security problem in general. Thank you.
That's such a clear point in terms of like these solutions need to be indigenous. And Mr. Traore, that comes up with some of the questions that got asked in terms of what do we do with these normative gaps in what's happening?
Yes, thank you for this question. Very relevant. 2 things, just briefly. The normative gaps are, in my view, due to the lack of definition of what we call constitutional change of governments, and why and how we make sure that it includes other forms of changes like manipulation of constitutions, as we mentioned earlier on. And this is not because they didn't think of it. It's just because there was no political will to adopt such provisions. In the case of the 2001 ECOWAS protocol, the draft protocol had mentioned situations of manipulation of constitutions, and then it was not. It was removed from the final text. So that's a very important point. And that's the second point. That brings me to the second point, is the fact that no matter how great or how well written are these texts, if there is no political will, for instance, the Conference of Head of States and Governments, which is in charge of deciding on sanctions, if there is no objective way of appreciating the situations, then there is nothing. It can help with nothing. For instance, as you mentioned very well, in the situation of Chad with the African Union, the sanctions were not the same. In the case of, in the situation of, when you think of ECOWAS, sorry, you have different approaches that were adopted by ECOWAS regarding the crisis in Mali, and in Burkina Faso, it was not the same way of dealing with the situation. So that's what I wanted to briefly say. Et justement, pour rapidement...
And as a matter of fact, just to answer to the question that was asked by Ambassador Namushki, I believe that it is a standpoint that is extremely relevant, and besides, it was at the very origins of this retention of ECOWAS for many, many years. There was a sort of a stance that they were taking in terms of not acting as to these kinds of activities. ECOWAS wanted to remain an economic region organization. And the disadvantage of this approach is that one can reach a situation where organizations could be more general or more political, and we give them that task and they are not acting with efficiency. And remind yourselves that in the case of ECOWAS, the practice preceded the texts, since it was just after the coups that took place in Liberia and Sierra Leone that ECOWAS, without a text, had to start adopting sanctions. And up to some point, they even decided to point out the lack of activity of the African Union at the times of these crises. So I'd like to bring this element to your balance for the reflection to carry on, and I will stop there. Thank you.
And Mrs. Mhamdi, in terms of your responses to the questions.
Thank you.
Merci.
I think I have 2 or 3 questions. Alors, pour répondre à la première question.
Just to answer to your first question, is there a nexus between the insurrectional movements and the discoveries of reserves of gas at sea in Cabo Delgado? Yes, the answer is yes. But as to the exploitation of these gas sources, it exacerbated the popular resentment. So these discoveries were made in 2010, remember? That at the time, in the historical suitcases that I shared with you beforehand in 2005 and 2006, there was already some social tension. Why? Because in the beginning of the 2000s, the politicians of the Mozambican government challenged as to, the concessions of the fields. Are they going to keep on exploiting these fields, these mines? And they were given to the benefit of very large international corporations, but there was no impact for the populations at the beginning of the years 2000. So this could have led to developing big infrastructural projects, but the local populations in Cabo Delgado did not benefit from that at all. So this was the first thing. Then there was a discovery in 2010 of gas sources. And then from 2015 onwards, the feeling of exclusion installed itself, and the feeling of poverty as well. And what I didn't have time to explain in my presentation is that the biggest ruby reserves in the world are in Cabo Delgado, and the exploitation of these yields were done by international groups which were strongly supported by private groups such as Wagner, Vendic, the South African companies, and they have committed very many wrong actions in terms of not respecting human rights, and this even exacerbated the popular resentment. So there is a nexus, but this feeling, this resentment, is previous to the discovery of gas sources. Now, with regard to the second question about the evolution of Shabab or Jamaa Sunnah in Cabo Delgado, it is for sure that since the beginning, the outreach of this group, this insurrection at the forefront of the stage of Mozambique and in the region, there's been an evolution. And it not only consolidated the modus operandi of this group, but it also enabled them to get more means to commit exactions, atrocities, and this went crescendo. They also stated their identity, and they affiliated local players of the Islamic State. You are right to talk about the RDC. You are fully right to mention the regional context. And this leads us back to asking the question as whether an exclusively security-based solution can be a long-term solution. And this was one of the questions that I asked at the beginning of my presentation. Is the military, the security answer? Put an end to this movement? I don't think so, because whenever there are some historically, socially, economically deep rootings of this resentment, one should be more interested in tackling the very root of evil. And I believe that the example was shown in the region of Sahel, in the very field of the popular resentment of the local communities that are getting more and more excluded from a momentum, from a central power, from a system that excludes them. And then it's easy to recruit this underprivileged population for these groups because they are not active and they don't feel included, they don't feel that they belong to a society that rejects them. And this corresponds to the kind of scenario that we can witness in Cabo Delgado. And this is an excellent transition to draw nexus with your third question. One of the speakers talked about the cross-border dimension. I fully agree with that. This dimension are challenges to peace and security in the like of other questions, such as those that were linked to regional integration and were utterly present in the region. We were already mentioning that a decade ago when we drew the lines of the regional distribution and the challenges to which African states had to come across. But today, we do witness movements and non-state actors that put in peril peace, security, regional integration of these states, and that do not know the regional distribution of our continent. And therefore, this cross-border dimension must necessarily appear in the guidelines for action taking and in the momentum between our respective countries and regions. Some regions, some states found a solution favoring corridors, for example, and this is an example of integration or regional integration because there are some corridors that cross several regions and there are vectors for integration and development. But I believe that on a standpoint of peace and security, in the like of what the different stakeholders did, the non-governmental stakeholders, they do not know this regional distribution. I think it's high time for us to adapt to the realities of this situation. They do not know the North, they don't know the West, they don't know Central Africa. So they obey to momentums that are totally different from what we know. And this leads me to highlight the importance of committees such as the SENSAT, because it is an economic regional community that is an added value because it gathers countries belonging to different regions on the one hand side, and on the other, it encompasses very large areas of operations. And this is where the attention is being focused, not only for the sake of peace and security, but also for other challenges such as climate change. The SENSAT gathers two hotspots of our continent, which is the Horn of Africa and Sahel. And I do believe that if there is a political will from the states of the SENSAT, I believe that we can start conceptualizing an approach that shall be not only integrated, but also, and this also regards Central Africa for Cabo Delgado, and a holistic and proactive approach. It's very important to change paradigms, holistic and proactive. And it's something that should go way beyond schemes that are purely regional or regional distributions, which now become obsolete in the face of the challenges that we need to cope with. And I believe that I have answered to your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the esteemed panel for your insights and your experiences. Thank you so much to the audience for journeying with us. I think the last question actually gave us the best summation for this, was that if you find a single reason for conflict, you don't know the full story. And hopefully with more conversations like this and with more publications like this, we get more nuance and more access to the stories that are there. Thank you so much.
Mentions.
Hello.
Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, for the closing remarks of 2022, please welcome Karim Al-Ainawi, Executive President, Policy Center for the New South.
Well, you made it to the end, so congratulations. Well, let me first thank you, our participants, speakers, audiences, so you should be proud of yourself. Want to thank the staff also and my colleagues who have organized this, so can they stand up here and there? As you know, this business is about content, but it's also about elegance and form and how you do things. So I think it's both components. You've always all experienced, you know, those meetings where there's too much, it's hot in the room, there's too much light, it doesn't work. So it takes also raffinity, it takes elegance, it takes details for these conferences to, you know, it's in Arabic we call this jo. And you know, Germans, they call it Zeitgeist, you know, the air of the day. So this is, I think, and the team should be proud, and you should be proud because you're part of it. And I'm very glad that APSACO is starting to become a community. The Policy Center likes community. We have a community of the Atlantic dialogues. We have communities working on more economic topics, and I'm very happy to see that after 6 years, 6 editions, 2 online, this is starting to get there. I've been following your debates here, but also through a TV, and I think what I take from it, although I'm not a specialist, is that this is very complex. It is multidisciplinary by essence, ranging from climate change all the way to food security, even psychology. All of this has lots of psychology. We're talking about leaders, people not accepting each other's, and I think this is what we try to do at the university. Actually, we teach our students. They have many courses in behavioral sciences. I think it's one very interesting area of research in this field of international affairs. Or diplomacy. So all diplomats know that this is often about egos, it is often about people not being able to talk. And I think you should be proud of yourself. You've been able to discuss without any, serious situations, without arguing. I didn't see anyone shouting here. It was very civilized and elegant, and I think it is important, and we should value that. You're all on social networks, you're all following the news, and you've been, of course, like us, witnessing that it is becoming more and more difficult to discuss rationally and with civility in this world. So, and I think it's by no accident this is happening in Morocco. It is also a country of tolerance, openness, and acceptance of diversity, and the capacity to stay around the table and to build consensus. I think it is an important value, and this is a fundamental value of the Policy Center. And that's what you can sense and feel, carrying by each younger staff here, but also our more senior experts. So I think and we cherish that, we want to develop that. And so you can count on us to continue to invest in this spirit, and in APSACO, which we can announce that it will have another edition next year at the same period, if we're still alive. I hope we will all be. So around the same dates. And I encourage you also, if you have initiatives, ideas that you want us to work on. We are all ears to your propositions, to your suggestions, so how we can deepen what is becoming one of the most important, most interesting platform to discuss this kind of issues on the continent. Just give you a figure, you were here, 30 nationalities. It's quite, that's not the UN, but we're getting there, Monsieur le Général. We're getting there. And I think also the combination of policymakers like you and, academics like Arabi or ambassadors in positions also that are bringing and having, frank and serious discussions, substantive discussion is something quite unique. And I think we should preserve that. And this is also how Africa, can take its place in the world, how Africa can take its own destiny in its hands. And this is the small contribution, we are very well aware, the very small contribution that a think tank like Policy Center can do, but it cannot do it by itself, it can do it only with you, in collaboration with you, by listening to you. We have some expertise, we have some expertise. We don't have all the expertise, and it is limited, and we need the contribution from all of you, academic, journalists, policymakers, think tankers, etc., etc. So, this is it. So this is the end of our day and a half. We will publish, Rashid, the promise is on your head. We will publish, like we do every year, we will publish a small compendium of all the contributions. All our sessions are online. They're available on the internet. We had already tens of thousands of views and so on and so forth on the website and on different social networks. But please, let's stay connected. And really, these are not words. I mean what I say. Let us stay connected. If you have ideas, initiative to continue. For us, conferences are just a milestone in the kind of research we do in the broad activities that the think tanks is doing, every day. So don't feel that this is just an annual sort of rendezvous that we have. We need to continue, and we count on you, Yonas, in particular. You're staying at the UN. You're a big man now, director. Yeah, he's a director for governance, and state capacity, Africa. So we count on you. Africa counts on you, and the Policy Center as well. Count on you to continue to start to build this, and of course, within all the complexity and the modesty that it takes. But I think it is a process. It is a sedimentation process. We need to repeat, dialogue, discuss, exchange, come back, go away, come back again. That's a permanent process, and you can count on our energy. Thank God the average age of the Policy Center is 30 years old, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur, 30 years old. I wouldn't share the average age of the senior fellows, which is slightly higher. And so we need their energy. You need their energy, Mr. Ambassador. This is the generation that is dominating the demography of Africa, and we need to listen to them. This is another thing we're very proud of at the Policy Center. It's the mixture we are creating here. Look at the faces around you. It's very diversified, it's many ages, all generations, generals that are without a tie, others with ties. And so it's important, and younger, barely 25 years old colleagues, young researchers that are craving, for knowledge, craving for action. So please, in your functions, always think that behind you, you have committed, well-intentioned, passionate researchers at think tanks around the continent. Policy Center is one of them. There are many others. And they can be very helpful in giving, creating spaces, creating energy to provide solution, to contribute at their level to solutions. So safe travels, return to your home. Looking forward to see you very soon. And thank you again for being here and for making this, your conference, a success. Thank you very much.
forward to welcoming you next year for the 7th edition. Thank you very much.
Ah ben, ouais, ceci les coupe. Attends.
Parfait, merci beaucoup. Oui.